Welcome to AI Otaku Studio. Like, subscribe, and enjoy Chapter 1. The Frost Era Open Beta begins. Xing, Big Brother is dead. They say it's because he owed construction payments and was beaten to death by several workers at the construction site. In an office building in Hong Kong, Cao Xing heard someone calling his name and cast a faint glance at the person. It was a young man in a suit with his hair slicked back. Then, Cao Xing lowered his head again. He was using a tablet to play a survival adventure game called Frost Era. The art style was realistic, and it could be considered a rather hardcore survival game. Players start next to a campfire, and because of the extreme low temperature weather in this world, they can only move safely within the coverage of the fire. If they leave the range of the campfire for too long, the game character will freeze to death. Players need to build shelters and unlock various basic structures. These structures can also be upgraded by collecting various materials. For example, a campfire can be upgraded to a large campfire, a furnace, and in the later stages, it can even be upgraded to an energy tower. Besides that, players can also develop military forces or develop technology within their territory to unlock different playstyles. According to the official announcement, a team mode will be launched later. However, because the game is currently in the closed beta stage, Cao Xing hasn't seen anyone around him playing it, and he couldn't even find it online. Just then, a prompt appeared on the tablet screen. This game will begin its open beta in 2 hours and is about to enter maintenance mode. More content is being unlocked. Stay tuned. Is the open beta finally starting? Cao Xing's heart stirred. At this moment, the young man with the slicked-back hair sat down beside him naturally. Wu Jiahui draped an arm over Cao Xing's shoulder. Xing, you followed Big Brother for a while after all, and he was your boss. Now that he's dead, aren't you upset? Cao Xing put down his tablet and glanced at him. Give it a rest. After he established the Yangsheng group and went legit, he cut ties with us. Having hung around for so many years, I was just his personal driver. There's no real attachment there. Besides, his heart was black to begin with. Being beaten to death is just a normal occurrence for someone like him. That's true, Wu Jiahui nodded. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It's a pity. Big Brother chased Liu Muxu for so many years, and just when he finally won her over and was preparing to get married, this happens. Speaking of which, Liu Muxu really is a rare beauty. That figure and those long legs, tusk, anyone who sees her gets dazed. Too bad Big Brother didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. Cao Xing didn't take the bait because his phone vibrated. After seeing the message, Cao Xing sat up from the sofa and turned to leave. Xing, where are you going? Cao Xing shrugged. I'm the driver, where else would I go? I'm going to pick someone up, of course. Cao Xing arrived at the Yangsheng Group's underground garage and skillfully found a dark brown Maybach among a pile of luxury cars. After opening the car door, the interior was extremely luxurious. The value of this car, including the interior, was at least 7 million. Of course, this car definitely wasn't his. Cao Xing was all alone, with no one to rely on. In a city like Hong Kong, just staying alive was difficult enough, let alone having the money to buy a luxury car like this. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped in front of a 5-star hotel in the city center. Cao Xing took out his phone and sent a message. Sister-in-law, I've arrived downstairs. A message came back from the other side. Ahem. A few minutes later, a tall woman wearing a black dress walked out of the hotel entrance. Her demeanor was dignified, and the tight dress outlined the perfect curves of her body. As her long legs moved, they looked like a pair of exquisite jade artifacts. This woman was Liu Muxu. Cao Xing didn't get out of the car, and the woman naturally sat in the back of the Maybach. Xing, go to the funeral home. Cao Xing nodded, and the car started. On the way, Liu Muxu answered a phone call, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. as if she had encountered something troubling. I've already said, agreeing to marry into the Yangsheng group was what you demanded. Now that Chen Jiang is dead, I have nothing to do with him. Don't you dare try to use me as a bargaining chip for profit again. She seemed very angry, but because she was well-educated, she quickly calmed the rage in her heart. Axing, I'm sorry, Liu Muxu said softly. Cao Xing shook his head. He knew Liu Muxu's personality. She wasn't the type to abuse her status to berate those beneath her. On the contrary, her attitude towards subordinates had always been good, and the outside world's evaluation of her was also very favorable. Ever since Liu Muxu rapidly rose to fame, the media had also provided detailed reports on her family and personal history. Her original family was not wealthy, but due to her outstanding looks and figure, she quickly became famous after reaching adulthood. Naturally, she attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives. Chen Jiang, the chairman of the Yangsheng group, who was also Cao Xing's big brother, was one of them. Soon, the car arrived at the funeral home. Before getting out of the car, Liu Muxu tried hard to put on a sorrowful expression. She knew that no matter how much she loathed that man inside, she still had to keep up appearances. Cao Xing remained sitting in the car, waiting. An hour later, Liu Muxu returned to the car. It was evident that she seemed to have had a good cry. Her makeup was a bit smudged, giving her a faint, smoky-eyed look. Amidst her elegant temperament, she radiated a touch of decadence, possessing a unique kind of beauty. Liu Muxu returned to the car, her expression calm again, and then said, Axing, take me back to the hotel. Okay. Cao Xing nodded. Just as he was about to start the car, everything suddenly went black before his eyes. Then, everyone heard a mechanical, synthesized voice in their ears. Frost Era New Version Update complete. The era of the public open beta has officially begun. In 1 minute, all humans on Blue Star will be thrust into this game. Game notice: this is a world where the sun does not reach. The region is vast and boundless, yet it is shrouded in bitter cold all day long. Your task is to strive to survive in this world. After the game starts, you will appear next to a campfire. This is your survival fire. Remember, do not lightly leave the range illuminated by the firelight. Your goal is to collect more supplies, expand your territory, and develop more units. The new version is Family Survival Mode, with families as units, up to 4 people per group. Those without relatives will be randomly grouped with people nearby. Then, I wish everyone the best in striving to live on in this brand new world. When Cao Xing regained his vision, he suddenly found that he had appeared in a world of ice and snow. Before him was a vast expanse, everything in the world covered by ice and snow. What the F***CK, where's my Maybach? Before the words had even left his lips, a bone-chilling cold struck him. Cao Xing felt as if he was about to be frozen stiff on the spot in an instant. Hiss. Cao Xing took a deep breath. He immediately and instinctively moved closer to the burning campfire before him, only then feeling a trace of warmth. At this moment, a character panel appeared before him. Name: Cao Xing. Race: Blue Star Human. Level: 100. Class: None. Health points: 100. Strength: 4 Agility, 3 Spirit, 5 Constitution, 5. Lord interface, not activated. Current status, cold. Current temperature, degrees C. Damn, this system panel is exactly the same as the one I played on my tablet. Then, a second system prompt appeared. Please, all survivors, choose your class system as soon as possible. Currently, there are 5 major systems: Frost Iron Mechanic, Polar Warrior, Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, Snowfield Hunter. A joyful look flashed in Cao Xing's eyes. He could choose a class. Clearly, these classes were the same as the ones he had played before. Of course, Cao Xing knew that these 5 classes didn't have much combat power in the early stages. For example, the Frost Iron Mechanic's early game skill is summoning a small self-destruct robot. Its power is not even as good as the firecrackers we used to blow up outhouses when we were kids. And the Polar Warrior only knows one simple slashing move. The Frost Mage is a bit better, having an initial Ice Ball spell. As for the Aurora Knight and Snowfield Hunter, they are Purification and Hunter's Perception, respectively. To truly possess extraordinary power, one still needs to continuously develop and acquire more skills. Cao Xing pondered. When I played this game before, I experienced all 5 classes. The strongest is naturally the mechanic, but this is a late-game class, and it consumes too many materials. In the early stages, the Polar Warrior and Snowfield Hunter are both very strong, but they become very weak in the late game. At this moment, a look of realization appeared on Cao Xing's face. So that's it. This game launching the so-called family survival mode is to allow us survivors to reasonably distribute classes, safely pass through the early, mid, and late stages, and then survive better. However, Cao Xing glanced at his side. Besides himself, there was only Liu Muxu here. Although he didn't know why he had been grouped with her, now was not the time to think about that. At this moment, she was staring at the campfire with a blank expression, seemingly trying hard to digest the information from the system prompts. Cao Xing understood in his heart. It seems that achieving a 4-person cooperative mode is not possible. Then, what class should he choose? After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing chose Frost Mage directly. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully chosen the class Frost Mage. Elemental affinity has been unlocked, and initial equipment has been placed in your storage box. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was preparing to look for the initial storage box, a second system prompt appeared solemnly. Detected that survivor, Cao Xing's life destiny is compatible with this world. Personal talent, eternal power has been activated. Eternal power, hidden unique talent, allows all friendly units within the territory to turn temporary buff states into permanent buff states. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "Holy crap, I've got a cheat." New author, new book, please bookmark and follow, woo woo woo. Chapter 2, Upgrading the Campfire, Recruiting Arctic People. Clearly, for the eternal power, talent to be effective, it naturally requires raising more territorial forces. It seems I should develop towards a Lord-style path in the future, Cao Xing thought to himself. At this moment, Cao Xing noticed a countdown timer above his head. Time until nightfall, 4 hours 32 minutes. Note, during the novice protection period, there will be no monster attacks on the camp. Remaining novice protection period, 5 days 17 hours. There are only 4 hours left until dark. Cao Xing's scalp tightened instantly. He knew that, in this extremely frigid world, the temperature would drop drastically at night. Cao Xing turned his gaze toward the campfire in front of him. Campfire, Level 1. Campfire effect. Increases temperature by 5-20 degrees C in a 10-meter radius. Consumption, 15 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for upgrade, stone 5. The temperature near the current campfire had already reached degrees C, and at night, the temperature would plummet by another 20+ degrees. Clearly, the heat emitted by this level 1 campfire would not be enough for him to safely survive the night. Cao Xing looked toward a collapsed small hut nearby. Damaged Lord's hut can be repaired. Materials required for repair, stone 10, wood 20. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. This is it. Once it is repaired, he could open the territory interface and crawl inside at night to escape the freezing low temperatures. However, repairing the Lord's hut required materials like stone and wood. Cao Xing looked at the surrounding snow. Near the campfire, there was a pile of white stones and some cut wood. Stone white, a basic material. Wood white, a basic material. Just as Cao Xing was about to go pick up the wood, He heard Liu Muxu ask softly from the side. Xing, the prompt asked me to choose a class. What should I choose? Clearly, this woman had already digested the system information and accepted the fact that she had arrived in a new world. Cao Xing nodded inwardly. Her adaptability was quite fast. Sister-in-law, you should choose Aurora Knight. Cao Xing had selfish motives for letting her choose this class. Because in the late game, the Aurora Knight would have many powerful buff skills, but the effects were always very short-lived. And with his eternal power talent, he could turn these buff effects into permanent states. One can imagine how terrifying the combat power would be when Cao Xing controlled a group of troops stacked with permanent buffs. Although Liu Muxu, regardless of her temperament or appearance, didn't fit the image of a knight at all. Especially since she was wearing white silk stockings today. The moment Cao Xing thought of the image of Liu Muxu later wearing armor with white silk stockings on her lower body, he felt a strong sense of dissonance. No wait, it actually seems pretty good. White silk knight, heh. Okay, then I'll choose Aurora Knight, Liu Muxu said, not doubting Cao Xing's decision. In this strange world, she only knew Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded, and then he saw a small wooden box next to the campfire. Territory storage box, level 1. Storage box capacity, 40 slots. Note, it contains some supplies and tools needed for the early stage. Please open it as soon as possible. Cao Xing stepped forward and opened it. Immediately, many supplies appeared inside. Opening successful. Obtained bread 20, obtained iron pot white. 1 obtained stone axe white. 4 obtained stone hammer white. 4 obtained wooden staff white. 1 obtained wooden round shield white. 1. The supplies inside were for 4 people. The system did not withhold supplies just because they were only a 2-person team. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. With the stone hammer, he could set about building the Lord's hut. This was key to whether they could safely survive the first night. Then he started to race against time to collect the nearby stones and wood, carrying them over one by one. System prompts appeared continuously. Stone +1. Stone +1. Wood +2. These stones were quite heavy, and after carrying them for a while, Cao Xing was covered in sweat. As a modern person, his physical fitness was, after all, a bit lacking. However, after nearly 20 minutes of effort, the materials for repairing the Lord's hut were finally collected. Cao Xing arrived in front of that small hut. Start repairing damaged Lord's hut. This repair requires 17 minutes. Yes. Then Cao Xing began to swing the stone hammer himself, following the prototype given by the system, knocking away with a clang, clang sound. There was no other way. Only after repairing the Lord's hut could he open other territory buildings. Before recruiting Arctic people, Cao Xing had to do everything himself. Watching his busy figure. Beside him, Liu Muxu squatted on the ground, the cold causing her to hug her arms tightly. At this moment, her perfect body curves were fully revealed. She blinked her curious eyes and asked, Xing, is there anything I can help with? Cao Xing looked at the fire on the ground, then looked at the scattered stones and wood on the snow, and nodded. You go collect the nearby stones and wood first, and then upgrade the campfire as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Liu Muxu did not hesitate at all. She stood up directly and started walking toward the outside of the fire. Before long, he saw her carrying a stone over somewhat clumsily. It was clear that the weight of this stone was a bit strenuous for her. Liu Muxu held it in her arms frozen red. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered, continuing to move the stones. Stone +1. The high heels on her feet were inconvenient, so Liu Muxu took them off and walked on the snow with her bare, pink feet, her small face frozen pale. Cao Xing, who was building the Lord's hut, did not stop her. In this world, to survive, everyone has to contribute. When Liu Muxu put the stone down, Her perky buttocks were facing Cao Xing, revealing her rounded curves fully, making one's blood boil. Cao Xing hurriedly averted his gaze and focused intently on his work. He was repairing the Lord's hut on his side. Liu Muxu was transporting stones to upgrade the campfire. The two worked in cooperation. Before long, Cao Xing heard a system prompt. Your campfire has been upgraded to level 2. Campfire, level 2. Campfire effect. Increases temperature by 10-20 degrees C in a 20-meter radius. Consumption, 13 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for next level, stone 10. The coverage area of the upgraded campfire was significantly larger. Even Cao Xing, who was working, felt a bit of warmth, and his work efficiency became faster. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared. Lord's hut construction successful, territory interface unlocked. Congratulations, you can now build more infrastructure. Cao Xing's face lit up with joy. Finally, he could build other structures. The next step was to build the Arctic People Hut, and then summon a few Arctic people to officially start his path as a lord. At the same time, a second system prompt appeared. Because you are the first survivor on the entire server to build a lord's hut, you have received a reward, Ice Healing Art, Skill Book. Ice Healing Art, White, consumes a certain amount of mental power to cast Ice Healing Art on a target, restoring HP equal to mental power 0.8 per second. Effect lasts for 3 seconds. Snap. On the snow in front of Cao Xing, a yellowish skill book appeared. Good heavens, it was actually a skill book. And it was one he could use himself. Although there was rarely any combat during the novice protection period, this skill book undoubtedly gave Cao Xing a lot of confidence. Learn Ice Healing Art, White. Yes. Cao Xing clicked to learn it directly. At this moment, many function panels appeared in front of Cao Xing again. They were territory, buildings, personal inventory, crafting, channel, personal, territory forces. These interfaces almost covered all functions. Cao Xing first clicked on inventory, which only had 20 slots of storage space. Of course, it was empty inside. Then he clicked on buildings. After clicking, a whole bunch of level 1 buildings popped up. Such as level 1 simple stove, level 1 simple kitchen counter, level 1 smelter, level 1 lumber mill, level 1 blacksmith shop, level 1 Arctic People Hut, and so on. He didn't look at the other infrastructure for now. Cao Xing first clicked on the introduction for the Arctic People Hut. Level 1 Arctic People Hut. You can consume food to summon Arctic people to work for you. Footprint, 12 square meters. Capacity, 4 people. Materials required for construction, stone 10, wood 30. Construction time, 45 minutes. Can add population to participate in construction to accelerate construction time. Limit, 2 people. Cao Xing thought to himself, it needs 45 minutes. If one person builds it, it's a bit slow. There are only 3 hours left until dark, and I still need to do some other things. So he looked at Liu Muxu beside him. Sister-in-law, come help me. At this moment, because of transporting stones and wood, Liu Muxu had consumed a large amount of physical strength, and her dress was already soaked with sweat. Through her dress, the outline of her white lace underwear could be seen. Hearing Cao Xing call her, Liu Muxu put down the work in her hands and walked over slowly. Xing, what do you need me to do? Cao Xing pointed to this open space in front and said, I want to build an Arctic People Hut here, but the construction time is too long. If you help me build it together, the speed will be much faster. Liu Muxu's eyes were slightly dazed. She seemed not to understand, but she still nodded. Then, the two began to cooperate to build the Arctic People Hut. Clang, clang. In this empty, snowy field, rhythmic knocking sounds suddenly rang out. Half an hour later, a system prompt appeared. Construction successful. Arctic People Hut, Territory population +4. Now, you can consume food to recruit Arctic people to work for you. Note, as a lord, you need to provide food for your subordinates every day. If you leave them in a state of hunger for a long time, they will abandon you. On the snow in front of the two, a hut less than 2 meters high, similar to a camp tent, suddenly appeared. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in Cao Xing's ear again. Because you are the first survivor on the entire server to build an Arctic people hut, you have received a reward. Bread 50. Seeing this system prompt, a look of surprise flashed in Cao Xing's eyes. Good heavens, a full 50 units of food. This reward is really not bad. Cao Xing couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he had played this game, so he was able to build these structures in the shortest time, leading everyone else. Cao Xing thought to himself, recruiting one Arctic person requires 5 units of food. If it weren't for this system reward, I could only recruit 2 at most. But now, I can directly recruit all 4 Arctic people. Thinking of this, Cao Xing clicked to recruit directly. Consume food, 20 to recruit Arctic people *4. Yes, forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. As soon as he finished speaking, the camp tent in front of him began to tremble. Then, the door was pushed open. From inside crawled out 4 short people, less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing thick, snowy cotton-padded clothes, with rugged appearances. These were the Arctic people. After they came out, they looked at the 2 of them, Cao Xing and Liu Muxu, and bowed respectfully. Respected lord, the Arctic people are at your service. Beside him, Liu Muxu was looking at this scene of people suddenly appearing out of thin air, completely stuck in a daze. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she exclaimed, Xing, they came out. Chapter 3, World Chat Channel. Liu Muxu was shocked by the sight of 4 Arctic people appearing out of thin air in this snowfield, but Cao Xing did not feel surprised. Anyone who has been a lord knows that this is the most normal thing. At this moment, the 4 Arctic people were staring with big eyes, looking at Cao Xing expectantly. Cao Xing began to check their attributes. Arctic people, a fantasy, can be renamed. Level 10100, experience points, can be obtained through combat and other methods. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Arctic people, Zach, can be renamed. Level 10/100. Detailed attributes, click to expand. Arctic people, Mamadou, can be renamed. Level 10/100. The attributes of these 4 Arctic people were about the same, though one Arctic person named Zach had a slightly higher physique. Because these names were Western style, Cao Xing did not want to waste effort remembering them. So Cao Xing pointed at the Arctic person named Zach and said, From now on, you will be called Da Zhuang, and you are the captain of your squad. The others will be called Zhuang, San Zhuang, and Si Zhuang respectively. Do you all understand? Liu Muxu on the side let out a laugh, seemingly unable to hold back her laughter at Cao Xing's simple and crude nomming style. However, joy appeared on the fur-covered faces of the few Arctic people. We understand. Thank you, Lord, for the name. You have successfully named the Arctic people. Da Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. You have successfully named the Arctic people. Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. Cao Xing was stunned. This could increase loyalty. 75 points of loyalty was already quite high, at least enough that they would not disobey Cao Xing's orders. After the Arctic people were recruited, they had to be put to work. Cao Xing opened the building interface and began to view the buildings that could be constructed. Level 1 simple stove can be placed indoors, increases temperature by 15-20 degrees Celsius. Consumption, 20 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for construction, stone 6. Note, if you don't want to freeze to death at night, I suggest you build it immediately. Level 1 simple cooking station. Can be used for cooking, steaming, and boiling. Materials required for construction. Stone 8, wood 4. Note, buddy, this is a tool for eating. I think you should know its importance, right? Level 1 logging camp. Can process logs inside. Area, 30 square meters. Materials required for construction. Stone 30, wood 50. Note, to get rich, chop wood first. I suggest you put the logging camp on your agenda immediately. Level 1 sewing shop. Can be used to make simple cold-resistant clothing or armor. Area, 30 square meters. Materials required for construction. Stone 40, wood 60. Note, Lord, you wouldn't want your subordinates to go into battle naked, would you? Level 1 ore processing plant. Can smelt and sort ores collected in the wild. Processable ores, coal, iron. Upgrade the processing plant to smelt higher-level metals. Area, 50 square meters. Materials required for construction. Stone 80, wood 150. Note, if you want to craft higher-level equipment, the processing plant is indispensable. Level 1 blacksmith shop. Can be used for forging weapons or tools. Area, 30 square meters. Materials required for construction. Stone 100, wood 200, iron *20. Note, listen, buddy, a soldier without a weapon is like a tiger without teeth. There are many types of level 1 buildings. Besides these, there are also infirmary, small shelter, wall, gate, etc. However, these buildings require a lot of stone and wood, as well as higher-level materials like refined iron. Clearly, Cao Xing did not have a single piece of iron. Moreover, the stones and wood near the campfire had already been used up. In this ice and snow, is there any other place to get resources? Cao Xing looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. About 100 or 200 meters away, he could see a small forest covered in snow and a few large rocks. These should be the resource points for the early stage. So Cao Xing took 4 stone axes and 4 iron pickaxes from his backpack and handed them to the 4 Arctic people respectively. Then he said, De Zhuang, Zhuang, you form a team and go cut down the wood over there. San Zhuang, Si Zhuang, you take the tools and go collect more stones. The 4 Arctic people immediately straightened their bodies and respectfully said, Yes, Lord. After speaking, they each took their tools and walked towards the snow outside the campfire. Because of their innate talent, their activity time outside the campfire was longer than that of Cao Xing and the others. The 4 Arctic people were all sent out by Cao Xing to collect supplies. Liu Muxu blinked her beautiful eyes. Axing, what are we doing now? Looking at her skin, which was frozen red, and her gradually whitening complexion. If this continues, even if Liu Muxu doesn't freeze to death, she will get very sick. Getting sick in the snow is a very troublesome thing. Cao Xing said, Muxu next, you go work inside and build the indoor stove and cooking station first. Ahem. Liu Muxu responded softly, without forcing herself, and walked into the room gracefully. Cao Xing checked the remaining supplies. Food 50, wood 27, stone 17. The most lacking material at the moment should be stone, and wood is also essential. It is needed for heating at night. Although the current temperature can barely last through the first night, it is still not very safe. Then, let's upgrade the campfire. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume stone 10 to upgrade the campfire level? Cao Xing clicked yes and started hammering away. 10 minutes later, Cao Xing saw that the campfire in front of him had been piled up by him with stones to over a meter high, gradually becoming the prototype of a furnace. The fire was burning fiercely. Campfire upgraded successfully, current level, level 3. Campfire, level 3. Campfire effect. Increases the temperature of the area within a 40-meter radius by 10-20 degrees C. Consumption, 10 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for next level. Stone 20, wood 10. Very good. Although the temperature hasn't increased, the heating range has doubled. But at the same time, the consumption is also greater. 1 wood is consumed every 10 minutes. If this continues, the wood in the camp won't last long. Once the wood is exhausted, they will lose their heating source and face the harsh weather of at least minus 60 degrees. It won't be long before they freeze to death. Cao Xing frowned. I hope those Arctic people can collect wood smoothly. Having worked outside for too long, Cao Xing felt like he was almost frozen stiff. So, he also went into the Lord's cabin. Inside the cabin, because there was no lighting equipment, it seemed a bit dim. A graceful figure was building a cooking station in the corner. She was stooping, her slender white silk-clad legs were straight, and looking up, there were the buttocks wrapped in a dress. This posture made it look as round as a bowling ball. Damn, so big, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Liu Muxu thought Cao Xing was here to supervise the work, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said softly, Axing, the stove will be built soon. Cao Xing shook his head. Muxu, I'll come and help you. Liu Muxu responded softly. With Cao Xing's participation, the progress of building the stove accelerated significantly. A few minutes later, a system prompt appeared. Level 1 stove built successfully. However, this time, Cao Xing did not hear any reward prompt. He realized in his heart. It seems that basic buildings like stove will not trigger rewards. Of course, it is also possible that other survivor teams have already built it in advance. This time, more than 7 billion people worldwide descended into the ice and snow world together, and naturally, there will be many existences with amazing adaptability. Whoosh! With the sound of wood being ignited, the stove gradually emitted an orange-red fire, illuminating the entire Lord's cabin. The current Lord's cabin is empty, except for a stove. It can be called bare. By the stove, the two felt waves of warmth. Cao Xing glanced at the indoor temperature. Current temperature minus 16 degrees C. Although it is still very cold, compared to the sub-zero temperatures outside, it is much better. Liu Muxu curled up her body, shivering constantly. She didn't feel anything when she was working just now, but now that she calmed down, she realized that her body was already frozen blue and purple. Cao Xing frowned and thought to himself, it seems that the sewing shop also needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With the thin clothes on us, it's no different from being naked. If this continues, let alone Liu Muxu, I will freeze to death myself. A strong sense of crisis appeared in his heart again. Cao Xing began to study other functions of the Lord interface. Clicking on the crafting interface, a bunch of basic tools immediately appeared, such as stone axe, stone hammer, stone pickaxe, wooden bowl, wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed, etc. Cao Xing checked it once and understood. From here, you can make some simple tools or furniture. Then, he began to check the chat channel function, and 4 options appeared on it immediately. World channel, server-wide, limited to 1 message per person per region channel. This is a 500 * 500 km square area. All survivors in this area are in it. No limit on the number of messages. Team channel. Only survivors who have joined your territory can speak here. No limit on the number of messages. Private chat channel. One-on-one unlimited chat. Cao Xing clicked on the world channel, and a bunch of information immediately appeared. Zhao Shengbing. Oh my god. Why did I suddenly come to this ghost place? I'm freezing to death. Chen Urya, help, so cold, so cold. Zhang Qiang, didn't the system say it was assigned according to family members? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Bear Grylls, survival game. I like it, this is an unprecedented challenge for me. Tetsuya Yamagami, let the man gun bloom brilliantly again. Ma Dongxiak, Sybil, don't let me know whose prank this is or I'll crush his balls. Chapter 4, Kid, you are invincible. Cao Xing thought to himself. Just as I expected, apart from me, no one has played this game before. Everyone is in a state of confusion. If they don't take action soon and hurry to adapt to this world, many people might die on the first night. Although they were currently in the novice protection period, where no monsters would attack the camp, the low nighttime temperatures were no joke. Just then, Cao Xing heard frantic knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lord, something happened. Lord, save me. Hearing the cries for help, Cao Xing frowned, a bad premonition suddenly arising in his heart. He hurriedly tossed the small wooden shield to Liu Muxu, then took out a wooden staff and assumed a combat stance. After pushing open the door to the Lord's cabin, he saw two Arctic people huddled together, their eyes filled with fear. Cao Xing asked, "What happened?" Zhuang, who was nearby, hurriedly replied, "Lord, there's a snake." There is a huge snow-venomous snake in the forest area. It bit Zhuang, and Zhuang is almost done for. Cao Xing cast his gaze over. Zhuang's face was purple, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, purple numbers -2 were constantly popping up above Zhuang's head. This was a sign of severe poisoning. Seeing this, a look of worry appeared in Liu Muxu's eyes. Cao Xing checked Zhuang's attributes. Arctic people Zhuang. Level 10/100. Health points 52/140. Current status, poisoned level 1 snake venom. Seeing this poisoned status, Cao Xing felt relieved instead. Don't worry, it's just level 1 snake venom. Muxu just cast a purification art. Liu Muxu seemed a bit dazed, but a moment later she reacted. Then Liu Muxu raised her right hand, and a ball of colorful aurora condensed in her palm. May the holy aurora bless you, Liu Muxu's cold, clear voice rang out. As she finished speaking, the aurora fell into Zhuang's body. At the same time, Zhuang felt a surge of holy power, and the snake venom in his body melted away like ice and snow. His complexion gradually improved. Zhuang said with deep gratitude, "Thank you, great and benevolent lords." However, although Zhuang had been cured of the snake venom, his complexion remained weak. His health had dropped to half, placing him in an injured state. Without a medical room, dealing with injuries was quite troublesome. Cao Xing looked at his skill bar. Aside from Ice Ball, there was also an ice healing art skill. Then Cao Xing raised his staff, and waves of peculiar frost power gathered within it. He waved one hand, and the ball of frost power surged into Zhuang's body. The next moment, green numbers +3 kept popping up above Zhuang's head. Then, a system notification appeared. Successfully cast, Ice Healing Art, Talent Eternal Power has taken effect. This skill has now become a permanent status. Hearing this notification, Cao Xing's jaw dropped. Holy crap, healing spells work too. He recalled the description of this talent. Eternal Power makes all friendly units in the territory permanently gain the buff status when they receive a temporary buff status. But the fact that a healing spell was classified as a type of buff was something Cao Xing hadn't expected at all. At this moment, a look of wild joy appeared in Cao Xing's eyes. Because, in other words, Zhuang now possessed an infinite health regeneration buff. Watching Zhuang's constantly recovering health, Cao Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, you are invincible." Of course, Cao Xing's current mental strength wasn't high, so it could only restore 3 health points. Even if Zhuang could infinitely regenerate health, if he encountered an enemy that was too strong, one slap could crush him. It didn't count as truly invincible yet. Before long, Zhuang's health was fully restored, and he became full of life again. At this moment, Zhuang said excitedly, "Lord, I can feel a healing power inside me. It is constantly restoring my life." Cao Xing nodded. "Thank you, Lord. Your power is so great and vast." Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 80. Cao Xing began to ponder a question. If ice healing art could allow the Arctic people to infinitely regenerate health, could it also be applied to himself or Liu Muxu? Cao Xing thought for a moment, then cast ice healing art on Liu Muxu. The same system notification appeared. Successfully cast, ice healing art, talent, eternal power has taken effect. This skill has now become a permanent status. Cao Xing and Liu Muxu widened their eyes, and both saw the shock in each other's pupils. Holy crap, this talent actually works on human survivors too. Cao Xing just wanted to say, this is too awesome. With this, his survival ability would take a qualitative leap. He couldn't wait to cast a green light on himself too. But just as he was about to raise his staff, he felt a wave of dizziness, and he almost passed out. Cao Xing shook his head, and he quickly understood the reason. Is it because my mental strength is insufficient, and casting 2 ice healing arts is my limit? Mental strength recovery requires rest or eating. However, the current priority was to drive away or kill the venomous snake in that forest area. Otherwise, the source of wood for the territory would be cut off. Currently, the team had 2 existences with infinite health regeneration. They should be able to deal with ordinary wild monsters. Cao Xing said directly, "Let's go, follow me to take care of that venomous snake." The 2 Arctic people raised their stone axes and shouted, "Follow the Lord's footsteps." Then he led Da Zhuang, Zhuang, and Liu Muxu out of the Lord's cabin. As for San Zhuang and Si Zhuang, they were busy working hard, transporting stones into the territory. Stone +1. Stone +1. System notifications kept appearing. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Before long, they stepped outside the range covered by the campfire. In an instant, the temperature plummeted by more than 10 degrees. The cold air struck suddenly, like invisible blades, constantly cutting across everyone's bodies. Waves of stinging pain washed over them. Liu Muxu instantly curled up, her body shivering from the cold. Even Cao Xing felt a sense of stiffness spreading through his body. At -50 degrees, without the constitution of the Arctic people and cold-resistant clothing, they wouldn't last a few minutes before being frozen into popsicles. Fortunately, the forest area Cao Xing wanted to go to was not far from the fire, only a little over 100 meters away. The group of 4 walked on the snow, leaving footprints behind. Before long, they arrived at the small grove, where dozens of white birch trees were sparsely planted, their branches covered in ice and snow. Lord, that venomous snake is right there. Following the direction Da Zhuang pointed, Cao Xing indeed saw a large snake about 2 meters long, its entire body coiled on a branch of a large tree. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The venomous snake was snow-white all over, flicking its scarlet tongue at the 4 people, posing in a threatening manner. The attributes of this venomous snake appeared before Cao Xing. Snow venomous snake, level 2. Race, beast. Health points, 160/160. Attack power, 8/10. Attributes, strength 4, agility 7, spirit 5, constitution 8. Skills, raid neurotoxin. Note, this is a venomous snake that has adapted to the Arctic environment and completed an unknown evolution. A level 2 beast. No wonder Da Zhuang and Zhuang couldn't beat it combined. Even with Cao Xing, they would probably have to be careful to contend with it. But now, things were different, because in his team, there were 2 existences with infinite health regeneration. Of course, Liu Muxu didn't have much combat capability right now. Cao Xing brought her along just to let her adapt to the combat rhythm of this world. Liu Muxu was a smart woman. She understood Cao Xing's intention and was also accepting everything about this world at the fastest speed possible. Da Zhuang, go. Cao Xing gave the order directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Da Zhuang had already charged up, raising the stone axe in his hand. With loyalty as high as 80 points, he could basically follow orders strictly and would not disobey Cao Xing's commands. Hiss, hiss. The snow-venomous snake's body arched instantly, then suddenly lunged. Whoosh! Like a white shadow flashing by, it instantly bit down on Da Zhuang's shoulder. The sharp fangs pierced through the thick Arctic clothing and into Da Zhuang's flesh. -6. The next moment, purple -2, -2 numbers appeared above Da Zhuang's head again. Da Zhuang was poisoned again. However, after a while, green +3 numbers popped up. A look of joy appeared on Da Zhuang's face. I have the blessing bestowed upon me by the Lord. You evil creature, you can no longer hurt me. After saying this, Da Zhuang reached out with his large hand, grabbed the snow-venomous snake by the neck, and slashed at it with his axe. Chapter 5, First Kill Reward, Snake Priestess Recruitment Scroll. Puff. This axe strike landed directly on the snow viper's smooth body, carving out a bloody gash, instantly rending its skin. -8. A damage number floated up. The snow viper felt the pain and bit down even harder. However, in the infinite health regeneration state, Da Zhuang was like he had been injected with adrenaline. He grabbed the snow viper and went on a wild slashing spree. Puff, puff, puff. Nigh. Nigh. The sounds of flesh being hit rang out one after another. After biting a few times, this snow viper seemed to realize something was wrong. Its health points were constantly decreasing, and soon they dropped below 80. Yet this opponent, who was clearly weaker than itself, was still full of vigor even after fighting for so long. The viper was dumbfounded. It also realized that the enemy before it was in an abnormal state. It twisted its body and turned around, wanting to slip away. Cao Xing had been watching the snow viper's movements from behind. Seeing this situation, he quickly said, "Don't let it escape. Zhuang, you join in too." "At your service, my lord." Zhuang obeyed the order, charged up, and became entangled with the snow viper. With Zhuang's addition, the snow viper's health points dropped even faster. Puff, puff, puff. 2 stone axes continuously hacked at the viper's body. Before long, its health points dropped below 30. Meanwhile, after a brief rest, Cao Xing had recovered a little mental energy. So he raised his staff, and the nearby frost energy condensed. Soon, an ice ball the size of a fist formed at the tip of Cao Xing's staff. Go! Cao Xing waved his staff. The ice ball was instantly launched. It landed on the snow viper's body and exploded with a pop. An exaggerated damage number popped up from the snow viper. The enemy's health reached 0, and it collapsed completely. A system notification appeared. Successfully killed level 2 snow viper. You gained 30 experience points. Combatants. Da Zhuang gained 15 experience points. Zhuang gained 15 experience points. Congratulations! You are the first creature in this region to kill a wild monster, obtaining the first kill reward. Snake Priestess Recruitment Scroll *1. Seeing the power of Ice Ball, both Da Zhuang and Zhuang looked shocked. My lord, your power is full of deterrence. My lord is so powerful. Cao Xing glanced at them indifferently. These Arctic people were making a fuss over nothing. The Frost Mage class was just like this. High damage came with high consumption. This one ice ball spell had completely drained the mental energy he had painstakingly recovered. Meanwhile, Cao Xing came to the snow viper's corpse, and a system notification appeared before him. Snow viper corpse decomposable. Cao Xing clicked decompose directly. In an instant, the snow viper's body disappeared. Then, on the cold snow, a damaged snake skin, a dozen pieces of bright red snake meat, and a purple venom sac appeared. Damaged snake skin, white 1. Although damaged, it can still be used to make simple leather clothing. Fresh snake meat, green, 17. Fresh snake meat, 1 piece of snake meat equals 5 food. Venom sac, green, 1. A snake's venom sac, Applying it to a weapon seems to have unexpected effects. Seeing the items on the ground, a look of surprise appeared in Cao Xing's eyes. Wow, so much snake meat and a snake skin too. This is a huge drop. 17 pieces of snake meat equaled a full 85 food. And the most critical thing was that, apart from dry bread, they now had new food. And it was delicious snake meat. At this moment, Da Zhuang and Zhuang were staring straight at the bright red snake meat on the ground, with sounds of swallowing saliva appearing. Meat, it's meat. Oh my God, how many years has it been since we last saw meat? Zhuang pinched me. Am I dreaming? Arctic people were creatures that lived in the underground world all year round, and they basically rarely got to eat fresh meat. Cao Xing didn't know their lifestyle, but from the conversations of some Arctic people earlier, he could tell that their environment must be very harsh. Zhuang tugged at Da Zhuang's goatee and exclaimed, Da Zhuang, you're not dreaming. This is real meat. Oh God, if anyone could let me eat a bite of delicious meat, I would be willing to offer my life for them. Cao Xing also knew that these Arctic people were saying this for him to hear. All right, you two speed up your work. Tonight, everyone will have snake soup. Hearing this, Da Zhuang and Zhuang immediately scrambled up from the ground and shouted, Long live the Lord. We'll go get to work right away. Then the two Arctic people picked up their stone axes and went to chop trees with great enthusiasm. Watching their passionate appearance, Cao Xing collected all the materials on the ground. He looked at Liu Muxu beside him and said, Muxu, did you remember? If you encounter an enemy in the wild, you have to fight like this to be able to kill the opponent. Liu Muxu held the shield in her arms and nodded firmly. I remember, Xing. Cao Xing nodded, then took her back to the campfire. The moment they entered the range of the campfire, the chill was instantly dispelled by a large margin. Hiss. The two of them shuddered instantly. This time, they had been active outside for about 7 minutes. According to Cao Xing's estimate, their maximum activity time was now 15 minutes. If they could make cold-resistant clothing, their activity time could be extended much further. Cao Xing looked at his territory resources. Food 105, wood 36, stone * 54. There are still not enough materials to build a tailor shop. It seems it can't be built today. Then, are there any other ways to resist the severe cold? Cao Xing turned his gaze to the side, to the Arctic people wearing thick snow gear. Clearly, the set of clothes these Arctic people were wearing was very thick and had very good cold resistance effects. It was estimated that at this time, most survivors would be thinking about using some forceful means to snatch the clothes from these Arctic people. But I advise you best not to do so. Because once you kill the first Arctic person, the favorability of this race will directly drop by 50%. When you kill the second Arctic person, you will completely become hostile with this race. Not only would you be unable to recruit Arctic people to work for you in the future, but the Arctic people you encounter on the road would also launch attacks on your camp. Cao Xing thought to himself, forget it, let's just make it through today like this. I estimate that by tomorrow, I will have enough wood and stone to build the tailor shop. At this moment, Cao Xing remembered the first kill reward the system had just given. It seemed to be a recruitment scroll. After taking it out of his backpack, the attributes of the scroll appeared before him. Snake Priestess Recruitment Scroll can summon a level 5 Snake Priestess to assist the Lord in battle. Occupies 2 population. Seeing this system introduction, Cao Xing was immediately overjoyed. Good heavens, it was actually a scroll that could summon a level 5 creature. This reward was really good. However, Cao Xing had never encountered the snake race when he played the game before, so he didn't know what they were like. Of course, it was also possible that it was because Cao Xing hadn't developed to the late stage and hadn't explored the full scope of that game at all. The vastness of this world exceeded Cao Xing's imagination. Do you want to consume the scroll to summon the snake priestess? Yes. As the words fell, a six-pointed star array appeared out of thin air in front of Cao Xing. The next moment, the six-pointed star array emitted a dazzling light. Liu Muxu was also curiously watching Cao Xing's actions from the side. Meanwhile, they suddenly felt as if a powerful and cold aura had descended. Then, a cold wind blew. A creature with a winding, serpentine body and snow-white skin appeared. The 5-meter-long snake body was covered in scales, and its slender tail swayed casually in the snow. And on top of this snake body was the head of a human female. With slender eye corners and three-dimensional facial features, at first glance, it was full of allure. Cao Xing and Liu Muxu on the side were both shocked as they looked at this massive beauty snake. So big, Liu Muxu's small mouth was slightly agape. Cao Xing was also seeing this kind of creature for the first time, and it somewhat exceeded his imagination. So this is the snake race. It really lives up to its name. At this moment, this creature with a snake body and human head was staring at Cao Xing with its dark green pupils, then opened its dark purple lips and said softly, "Respected Lord, Snake Priestess Ilna is at your service." The attributes of this snake person peered before Cao Xing. Chapter 6, Discovering a Wild Coal Mine. Snake Person Priest, Ilna. Race, Snake Person. Level 5, 132/4000. Health, 480. Attack Power, 51/54 Weapon Bonus. Attributes, Strength 21, Agility 17, Spirit 18, Constitution 24. Skills, Scaled Armor, can provide an additional 10 points of armor to self or an ally. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Snake Person Frenzy grants frenzy effect to self or an ally unit, plus 20% movement speed and plus 20% attack speed for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Talent, Ice Bloodline, can survive longer in extreme weather. Hunger, 67. Loyalty, 68. My goodness, what powerful stats. It truly deserves to be a level 5 creature. Cao Xing was astonished. And the most critical point was that Cao Xing saw Ilna's two skills, Snake Person Frenzy and Scaled Armor. Both of these skills were actually buff-type skills. Combined with his SSS-Rank Talent, they were equivalent to a permanent 10-point armor increase. For ease of calculation, 1 point of armor negates 1 point of attack powers. For ordinary creatures like the Arctic people, 1 point of strength is roughly equal to 2 points of physical attack power. Depending on the differences in class and racial talents, the attack power bonus from strength varies, ranging from 1.5 to 3 physical attack power per point of strength. In other words, except for Da Zhuang, the attacks of the other Arctic people could hardly even deal effective damage to Cao Xing. From this, one could see how terrifying the boost provided by this skill was in the early stages. And the other skill, Snake Person Frenzy, which increased movement speed and attack speed by 20%, was an even more fearsome percentage-based buff skill. At this moment, Cao Xing felt as if he had truly struck gold. Suppressing his excitement, Cao Xing said, "Ilna cast the Snake Person Frenzy skill on us first." In this world, he naturally had to seize every opportunity to increase his own strength. Ilna flicked her crimson tongue and said, "With pleasure, my Lord Tilda." As she finished speaking, Ilna raised her spear, and a ball of red power converged upon it. Then she pointed her spear, and a cluster of energy landed on Cao Xing. In an instant, Cao Xing felt an extra surge of heated energy within his body, which significantly increased his attack speed and movement speed. Successfully cast, Snake Person Frenzy, Talent Eternal Power has taken effect. This skill has now become permanent. Seeing this notification, Cao Xing clenched his fists in excitement. It really worked. At the same time, Ilna raised her spear again, and a ball of white energy landed on her own body. Cao Xing felt an extra layer of invisible scales appear on his body. Successfully cast, scaled armor, talent eternal power has taken effect. This skill has now become permanent. This layer of scales was extremely hard and smooth. Moreover, it only appeared when under attack. In other words, in normal times, Cao Xing was no different from a regular person. Cao Xing said excitedly, "Good, good, good. With this, my defensive power has increased by a huge margin." After waiting for the skill cooldowns to end, Cao Xing had Alna cast both statuses on himself and Liu Muxu respectively. After the notification, sound of his talent activating rang out. Ilna also discovered that the power within her body did not disappear as it used to, but instead remained permanently. She was a bit puzzled, but after Cao Xing cast a permanent ice healing art on her, Ilna understood the reason. "My lord, your power is truly vast and unfathomable. It has remained within my body forever." Cao Xing's expression turned somewhat strange. Why did that sentence sound so weird? Shaking his head, Cao Xing began to think about other matters. This frenzy skill could increase speed by 20%. In other words, if he could apply it to all 4 Arctic people, he could increase their work efficiency. Therefore, Cao Xing asked, "Ilna, can you continue to cast skills?" Ilna shook her head gently. "My lord, these skills consume my mental energy. I need a little time to recover." Cao Xing nodded. Then, he looked toward the 4 Arctic people working in the distance. At this time, Da Zhuang and Zhuang were each jogging over with a bundle of processed timber on their backs. San Zhuang and Si Zhuang were carrying a few stones. The sight of the 4 little dwarves moving their legs and running in the snow always felt somewhat amusing. Then, as they placed the materials near the campfire, the materials would automatically disappear, and system notifications appeared one after another. Timber +5. Timber +5. Stone +3. Stone +3. Cao Xing calculated that the time for each round trip they made was about 10 minutes. Now there was an hour and a half left before dark. This meant that before dark, they could collect at most another 90 units of timber and 54 units of stone for Cao Xing. "I need more labor now, but the Arctic people hut can only be built once. To recruit more Arctic people, I must upgrade the Arctic people hut. A level 2 Arctic people hut can recruit 4 more Arctic people, which can significantly increase work efficiency. But at the same time, these Arctic people will consume more food and occupy my population limit." Cao Xing looked at his population. Population, 8/50. The maximum population limit for a level 1 territory is 50. This can be increased by upgrading the Lord's cabin. Just then, San Zhuang moved his short legs and ran to Cao Xing's side. "My lord, I have something to report to you." Cao Xing looked at San Zhuang. "What is it?" San Zhuang replied, "Where Si Zhuang and I were collecting stones, we discovered a small coal mine about 300 or 400 meters to the front right. However, there seemed to be 2 snow wolves guarding it, so we didn't dare to get close. I was worried that those snow wolves would pose a threat to our camp, so I came specifically to report to you, my lord." Hearing the words, coal mine, Cao Xing's eyes instantly lit up. One must know that coal is a higher grade energy material than timber. It not only burns for a longer time, but also emits higher heat. If he could occupy the coal mine, he could save a lot of timber to build other facilities. Cao Xing hurriedly asked, "Do you know how strong those snow wolves are and how many there are?" San Zhuang nodded. "We observed for a while, and currently we only see 2 snow wolves appearing. The strength of these snow wolves feels a bit stronger than that poisonous snake." After listening, the joy on the corners of Cao Xing's mouth grew even thicker. 2 snow wolves, according to what San Zhuang said, being a bit stronger than the snow poison snake, meant they were likely level 3 or 4 monsters. Before summoning Ilna, Cao Xing really didn't have the confidence to deal with them. But now, he could find a way to occupy that coal mine first. Therefore, Cao Xing nodded and said, San Zhuang, well done. Tonight, I will give you and Si Zhuang a portion of snake meat as a reward. Hearing that there would be snake meat to eat tonight, little stars almost appeared in San Zhuang's eyes. He nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. San Zhuang will do his utmost to contribute to you." After speaking, San Zhuang continued to move his short legs and went off to continue collecting stone materials. Liu Muxu also heard their conversation and asked with some nervousness, Xing, are we going to fight?" Cao Xing nodded. "Yes, the coal mine is an important resource point. The sooner we take it, the better." Some fear appeared in Liu Muxu's eyes, but she still summoned her courage and said, "I will fight alongside you." Cao Xing did not refuse. Although the snow wolves were strong, Liu Muxu had already been buffed with 3 permanent buffs. Whether it was defensive power or recovery ability, she had received a massive boost. Combined with the level 5 Ilna, dealing with 2 snow wolves should not be a problem. However, before the battle, he could still use some items to increase their combat power. Cao Xing took a purple poison sac out of his backpack. Snow poison snake's poison sac, green. Effect: when applied to a weapon, it can add a level 1 poison status to the next 15 attacks. Remaining uses, 10 times. Cao Xing applied the poison effect to Ilna's trident and Liu Muxu's ordinary stone axe. Their weapons were now coated with a faint purple glow. After making these preparations, Cao Xing nodded and said, "Then let's set off now." Having said that, he raised his white-grade wooden staff and walked toward the snow. Ilna walked at the very front, holding her trident spear. Her snake-like body twisted on the snow, leaving a distinct trail. And Cao Xing and Liu Muxu followed behind her. Swish, swish, swish. The further they were from the campfire, the thicker the snow on the ground became, almost burying their ankles. Waves of coldness struck them. It took about 4 minutes before they arrived at the place San Zhuang had described. There, sure enough, was a pitch-black mine entrance, and next to the mine entrance, a pile of excavated coal was stacked up. Small coal mine, special resource point. Remaining extractable resources: coal 1754, stone 754, soil * 5360. Current status: cannot be occupied. Chapter 7, Huge Loot Drop. Seeing the description of this coal mine, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. So many resources. If he could occupy this coal mine, he wouldn't have to worry about resources in the short term. However, this coal mine was currently in an unoccupiable state. This was because there were enemies inside the mine. They saw 2 snow-white figures moving inside the mine. Seeming to sense the dangerous aura coming from Ilna, the 2 snow wolves crawled out one after another. Ow! Their pure white fur, 2-meter-long bodies, and exposed fangs gave off a strong sense of oppression. The 2 snow wolves stood at the entrance of the mine, limbs tensed, watching Ilna vigilantly, emitting threatening low growls. Cao Xing saw the snow wolves' attributes. Snow wolf, level 3. Race, beast. HP, 220/220. Attack, 16-18. Attributes: Strength 8, Agility 9, Spirit 7, Constitution 11. Skills: Bite Pounce. Race talent: Pack effect. If the number of snow wolves participating in the battle reaches 10 or more, the pack talent can be activated, increasing attack power and movement speed by 20%. Just as expected, a level 3 snow wolf. The other snow wolf's attributes were similar. Cao Xing understood the situation. Fortunately, there were only 2 snow wolves here. If the pack size were too large, they would activate their race talent, and Cao Xing would have to turn around and run. But right now, looking at the thick fur on the 2 snow wolves, Cao Xing felt like he was looking at a scantily clad young woman. Heh, little snow wolves obediently contribute your fur. At this moment, Liu Muxu and Ilna turned their heads to look at Cao Xing at the same time. Cao Xing froze in place, extremely embarrassed. Damn it, why did he say his inner thoughts out loud? The two snow wolves seemed to know that Cao Xing and the others were not to be trifled with, lowering their heads and continuously emitting threatening sounds. The snake person Ilna opened her scarlet tongue, refusing to be outdone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. Liu Muxu was a bit nervous, holding up her wooden shield. After a few seconds of confrontation, the two snow wolves lost patience first. They pounced fiercely toward them. Ow! Liu Muxu held up her shield. The snow wolves' massive, 2-meter-long bodies made her feel immense pressure. Her slender, slightly fleshy legs were trembling slightly. Just then, Cao Xing's voice came from behind. Sister-in-law, raise your shield and block its attack. Don't worry, your attributes can handle it. Hearing this, the panicked Liu Muxu immediately felt like she had found her backbone, and she did it instinctively. She raised the shield, and the snow wolf's claws swiped past at that moment. Boom! Liu Muxu let out a soft cry. After a collision sound, the scene where Liu Muxu was expected to be knocked away did not happen. A layer of snow-white scales appeared on her arm, reducing a lot of the impact for her. Blocked! I blocked it. Liu Muxu looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Cao Xing praised from behind. Sister-in-law, well done. Encouraged by Cao Xing, Liu Muxu became more confident. She took a deep breath, making her proud chest even more prominent. Liu Muxu raised her shield time and again, resisting the snow wolf's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The collision sounds rang out one after another, but Liu Muxu still gritted her teeth and didn't take a step back. The muscles on her white silk-covered legs were tense, and her rounded buttocks trembled. It was clear that Liu Muxu probably worked out regularly. In the shield-holding posture, her perfect body curves were exposed without reservation. Sister-in-law, besides blocking attacks, you must remember to use the weapon in your other hand to counterattack the enemy. Cao Xing was teaching Liu Muxu how to fight. Liu Muxu followed completely. She took advantage of the moment the snow wolf's claw strike missed, raised the stone axe in her hand, and hacked towards the snow wolf's head. Puff. -8. 2. 2. The front number was the slashing damage caused by Liu Muxu, and the latter was the accompanying snake venom effect. Although the damage was very low, negligible compared to the snow wolf's 200+ HP, it gave Liu Muxu confidence. So, I can also block these monsters. Then, Liu Muxu began to gradually find her attack rhythm. Puff, puff, puff. -8. 9. Critical damage. She blocked the snow wolf's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Cao Xing was behind, condensing his ice ball spell. Snap. -19. This ice ball spell damage was not as high as the first time. This was because the snow wolf was a level 3 creature, and its defense was higher than the snowland viper. The two working together to deal with this snow wolf was, after all, safe and sound. As for the snake person Ilna next to them, she was unilaterally suppressing the other snow wolf. Her spear was so sharp, every thrust could poke several bloody holes in the snow wolf. 2. 2. Before long, this snow wolf's HP was reduced to less than half. Looking at Ilna, every time the snow wolf clawed, it would be reduced by her scale shell, and the damage value caused was only single digits. At this time, green +3s would appear above Ilna's head. It didn't take long to top up her HP. This scene made the snow wolf in front of her feel despair. Facing such an infinitely healing enemy, how could it fight? In less than 30 seconds, Ilna killed this snow wolf. Your territory member, Ilna killed Snow Wolf LV3, gained 40 experience points. You gained 20 experience points. Liu Muxu also received the same system prompt. When Alna finished the battle here, she quickly twisted her body and came over to help Cao Xing with the battle. With Ilna's addition, the subsequent battle had no suspense. The last snow wolf let out a mournful cry and then fell to the ground dead. Cao Xing and Liu Muxu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As modern people, this was their first time fighting in this way. Although Cao Xing appeared very calm, he was actually panicking inside. If Liu Muxu couldn't hold on, then with his own small stature, he definitely couldn't withstand the snow wolf's attack either. But fortunately, Liu Muxu did not disappoint. Cao Xing walked over, saw the pale-faced Liu Muxu, patted her back and said, "Sister-in-law worked hard, your performance this time was very good." Liu Muxu nodded lightly, and the inner tension dissipated a little. Cao Xing shifted his gaze over. At this moment, there were still 2 wolf corpses on the ground. Snow wolf corpse 2 can be decomposed. Cao Xing clicked decompose directly. A white light enveloped the 2 wolf corpses, and a second later, a large pile of materials appeared on the ground. Slightly damaged wolf skin green, 2. Thick wolf skin can be made into coats, has good cold resistance. Fresh wolf meat green, 134. Chewy wolf meat, 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food. Snow wolf skeleton green, 32. Hard bones, you can use them to make simple armor weapons, or use them to make soup. Wolf teeth green, 11. Sharp wolf teeth, you can use them to make arrows, or tie them to wooden sticks to make spears. Frost wolf knight recruitment scroll, blue, 1. A scroll containing the power of a contract. You can immediately summon a powerful level 10 Frost Wolf Knight, but before that, please ensure your food is sufficient. Seeing this pile of materials, the shock in Cao Xing's eyes grew stronger. Holy crap, this wave is really a huge loot drop. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. 2 wolf skins directly solved the raw materials they used to make cold-resistant clothing. It could be said that it solved his urgent need. Wolf meat, needless to say, a full 100 or more portions. If they eat sparingly, it would be no problem for them to survive for half a month. And the most exaggerated one was naturally the Frost Wolf Knight recruitment scroll. It could actually summon a level 10 creature, even more powerful than Ilna. Liu Muxu on the side also had joy on her face. She also knew how high the value of these resources was. Great, Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded. He picked up a snow-white wolf skin from the ground and draped it over Liu Muxu. Although it wasn't made into clothes, just these 2 wolf skins could provide very good cold protection. Liu Muxu instantly felt a warmth wrapping around her. She looked at Cao Xing gratefully. "Thank you, Cao Xing." "You're welcome, sister-in-law." After Cao Xing finished speaking, he draped the other wolf's skin over himself. In an instant, the severe cold of this world was dispelled a lot. At this moment, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Finally, no longer wearing short sleeves and shorts to fight in the snow. Chapter 8, Ancient Weapon Barret. Cao Xing collected the other materials on the ground as well. Afterward, he walked toward the coal mine with high expectations. Discovered an ownerless small coal mine. Do you wish to occupy it? Yes. Occupation successful. Obtained small coal mine 1. Obtained bronze chest 1. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the entire server to occupy a resource point, you have received a reward. Ancient Weapon Barret Purple. 1, 12.7 ammunition, 10 rounds. Cao Xing. What the hell? A Barret. Did I mishear that? However, when Cao Xing looked at the snow in front of him, seeing the jet-black heavy sniper rifle that was a full meter long, he confirmed his guess. This is actually a fucking Barret. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this world was a mixture of technology and magic. Frost Iron mechanics could pilot giant mechs and summon bomber squadrons in the late game, so what was a Barret? Thinking of this, Cao Xing happily collected the Barret and the bullets on the ground. Ancient weapon Barrett purple. Quality, rare. Attack, 967, 993. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. Attack interval, 2 seconds shot. Special effect 1, armor piercing. When attacking, has a 50% chance to ignore 100 points of the enemy's armor. Special effect 2, headshot. When attacking the head, deals an additional 50% damage. Holy shit, this is truly fucking awesome. There was no doubt, this was a true weapon of mass destruction. Having over 900 attack power in the early game meant he could kill gods if they stood in his way, or Buddhas if they blocked his path. Combined with the 2 special effects, if both triggered, monsters below level 20 couldn't withstand a single shot. Although he was a mage, who said a mage couldn't use a Barrett? Unfortunately, Cao Xing only had 10 rounds of ammunition. Cao Xing pondered. I remember that after the territory level reaches level 4, some new technological buildings will be unlocked, such as bullet factory, small snow robot production workshop, and so on. By then, I won't have to worry about bullets. Cao Xing satisfiedly put the Barrett into his backpack. At this moment, he recalled the other system notification from earlier. Besides the coal mine resources, there was also a bronze chest. This meant there was a high possibility of treasure inside. So Cao Xing turned his head and said, Sister-in-law, I'm going into the mine to take a look. You collect the scattered coal outside first. Liu Muxu nodded gently. After Cao Xing finished speaking, he jumped straight into the mine. It was just a small mine, with a depth of no more than 4 or 5 meters. In the surrounding soil, black coal and rocks could be seen. It was indeed rich in resources. According to the system, another 1,700 pieces of coal could be mined here. Based on the standard of 1 coal equals 5 wood, these resources would last him for a long time. Cao Xing even wanted to send a few Arctic people over to mine it now. However, the 4 Arctic people in the territory all had tasks, and there was no spare manpower at this stage. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems the upgrade progress of the Arctic people's hut needs to be put on the agenda. I must recruit more labor, otherwise, the mine will just sit there with no one to extract it. However, finding the chest inside this coal mine was more important right now. Cao Xing walked to the end of the mine and, in the darkness, discovered a bronze-colored chest. This must be it. A system prompt appeared. Discovered unlocked bronze chest 1. Do you wish to open it? Cao Xing clicked yes immediately. Opened bronze chest successfully. Obtained faith staff green. 1. Obtained snow boots white. 2. Obtained medkit 1. Obtained food 15. Obtained refined iron asterisk 5. Obtained market construction blueprint asterisk 1. Huh, a market construction blueprint. Cao Xing's eyes lit up with joy. Only after building a market could he trade with other survivors. Although only a few hours had passed since Cao Xing arrived in this world, with the entire population of over 7 billion people on Blue Star having transmigrated, there must be quite a few people who had already built a market. Cao Xing checked the description of this blueprint. Market, after construction, you can trade resources with other survivors. Note, before the regional merger, you can only trade with other survivors in your current region. Footprint, 20 square meters. Construction materials required, stone 15, wood 30. Cao Xing thought thoughtfully, can I only trade with survivors in the current region for now? But it doesn't have much impact. District 174 also has tens of thousands of people, and there are plenty of supplies circulating in the market. Cao Xing began checking the other 2 pieces of equipment he had just obtained. Faith staff green, quality, fine, attack, 15-18 spirit +3 special effect. Believer's grasp when attacking has a 20% chance to increase own spirit by 10. Note, a fanatic staff. When you are in battle, shout, Black silk is justice, and it will have unexpected effects tilde. Who the hell is going to shout that? White silk is justice, okay. Cao Xing was speechless. He always felt this system's remarks were a bit improper. He began to check the second piece of equipment. Snow boots white, quality, common armor, none special effect, none. Note, snow boots with decent cold resistance allowing you to walk better in the ice and snow. Another piece of cold-resistant equipment. Cao Xing felt happy. There were 2 pairs of these snow boots, just enough for him and Liu Muxu to have 1 pair each. So he took off the black leather shoes he was wearing and changed directly into the fur-lined snow boots. His feet, which were frozen to the point of losing sensation, were now wrapped in waves of warmth. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. There was 1 more item in the chest. Medkit White can be used to treat injuries or common ailments, restoring 100 health points. Note, a simple medkit. After use, it can treat some common symptoms caused by the weather, such as colds, fevers, frostbite, etc. This was also a good item. Before building a medical room, this medkit was a lifesaver. After all, some illnesses couldn't even be dispelled by an Aurora Night's purification. After checking around again and confirming there was nothing else in the coal mine, Cao Xing prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he casually dismantled the chest as well. Dismantled bronze chest successfully. Obtained copper *5. Cao Xing crawled out of the mine. Upon seeing him come out, Liu Muxu said softly, "Xing, the coal on the ground has all been collected. There are 112 pieces of coal in total, enough for us to use for a long time." Her face carried the joy of the harvest. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Well done, sister-in-law. Take this pair of snow boots." After saying that, Cao Xing placed the boots at Liu Muxu's feet. He noticed that Liu Muxu's legs were already frozen red, her 10 jade-like toes tightly curled, and her thighs were trembling continuously. 5 or 6 minutes had passed since they came out. If they didn't return to the campfire within a few more minutes, Liu Muxu's legs might be completely frostbitten. Although Liu Muxu also desired these snow boots, she knew how precious such boots were in this extreme environment. "Can you really give me this pair of boots?" Liu Muxu asked tentatively. Cao Xing laughed. "Of course I can give them to you. I already have a pair, and Ilna doesn't have legs, so who else can wear them besides you?" Liu Muxu didn't decline anymore, but said in a low voice, "Thank you, Xing." Cao Xing waved his hand, signaling her to put them on quickly. And at this moment, Liu Muxu said with some embarrassment, "Xing, could you help me? My legs aren't listening to me." After saying this, her cheeks had already turned red to the roots of her ears. Cao Xing didn't think too much, walked straight to her side, and placed one of Liu Muxu's arms on his shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted from her. Liu Muxu wrapped her arms around Cao Xing's neck and lifted her right leg with some difficulty. Seeing her like this, Cao Xing knew her legs were frozen stiff. "Sister-in-law, let me help you put them on." Having said that, before Liu Muxu could react, Cao Xing directly lifted the crook of her white silk-covered leg. "Ugh." Liu Muxu's body trembled, her beautiful eyes widening abruptly. Cao Xing didn't have any extra thoughts. He quickly helped her put on both snow boots and then bent down. "Sister-in-law, I'll carry you back to the camp." Hearing this, Liu Muxu became even more shy. But she also knew that, in her current state, she had to return to the camp to warm up as soon as possible. Trouble you," Liu Muxu responded softly. The next moment, a pair of slender arms wrapped around Cao Xing's neck. Then, she felt a pair of large, strong hands supporting the base of her thighs. Seeming to be touched in this area by another man for the first time, Liu Muxu let out a slight gasp, and her face instantly flushed red down to her neck. Liu Muxu lowered her head deeply. Cao Xing felt a delicate and soft sensation coming from his hands. He thought to himself, "This woman, her body is so soft." Then, Cao Xing carried Liu Muxu on his back, bringing Ilna along. The 2 people and 1 snake returned to the camp. The warmth radiating from the campfire struck them again. The stiffness of their bodies was gradually dispelled. After settling Liu Muxu down, Cao Xing looked up. The sky was getting increasingly dim. There was half an hour left until dark. He had to build a small shelter before dark for Ailna to live in at night. Otherwise, if he let these territory residents freeze at night, their loyalty would drop. Besides that, he also had to build the market to trade with other survivors. Cao Xing looked at the current territory resources. Food, bread 50, snake meat 17, wolf meat 134, wood 97, coal 112, stones 62. Not bad. The construction materials for the logging camp and the market are enough, and the remaining materials can also build a small dwelling. So Cao Xing shouted toward the distance, "De Zhuang, Zhuang, you all come back." Hearing the order, those Arctic people put down their work and returned to the vicinity of the campfire, shivering. "Lord, is there anything?" Cao Xing nodded and began to issue orders. "De Zhuang, Zhuang. You too go build the logging camp. San Zhuang, the task of building the market is handed to you. Si Zhuang, you go build a small dwelling." Having said this, Cao Xing added, "After you finish these, you can eat." Hearing the last sentence, the 4 Arctic people's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, Lord. We guarantee to complete the task before dark." "That's right. With us on the job, Lord can rest assured." Chapter 9. Delicious Snake Soup. Just then, a rumbling sound appeared in Cao Xing's ears. It didn't come from him, but from Liu Muxu beside him. She wasn't exactly a physically strong person to begin with, and having just gone through a battle, she had consumed a lot of energy. It was only natural for her to be hungry. Seeing Cao Xing's gaze, Liu Muxu's pretty face flushed red, and she buried her head deep down. I'm sorry." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go inside first. It's time to prepare dinner." Liu Muxu nodded gently. Then they ducked into the spacious lord's cabin. To cook, they first had to build a stove. Cao Xing found a corner, opened the building interface, and proceeded to construct. Consume materials. Stone *8, wood 4, to build a level 1 simple stove. Yes. Cao Xing began to build following the blueprint provided by the system. A few minutes later, a simple stove made of stacked stones appeared before Cao Xing. Stove, level 1. Defense, 30. Footprint, 1 square meter. Cao Xing took the initial equipment provided by the system from his storage box. Big black pot, white. Don't let the name fool you. This big black pot could be broken down into 2 pieces of iron. This time, Cao Xing planned to make a pot of snake soup first. In this frozen world, there was naturally no shortage of water. Cao Xing just needed to go outside, use a hammer to knock off some ice, and put it in the pot. It would melt in no time. Once the water boiled, Cao Xing threw 2 palm-sized pieces of snake meat into the pot. These 2 pieces of snake meat were equivalent to 10 units of food supplies, which was quite extravagant. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing threw in 2 more pieces of snake meat. 10 minutes later, a rich meaty aroma began to fill the cabin. Liu Muxu, huddled to the side, couldn't help but lift her head and swallow her saliva while looking at the pot. "Sister-in-law, it's almost ready. Just wait a little longer." Liu Muxu lowered her head in embarrassment and replied softly, "Cao Xing, leave the cooking to me from now on." Cao Xing smiled upon hearing this. "You are going to be the lady of the Lord in the future. How can we let you do such things? We are just short on hands right now. Once we recruit more troops later, we won't need to cook ourselves." Liu Muxu smiled gently after hearing this. "Cao Xing, you know so much." Cao Xing shook his head. "It's nothing, I just played a lot of games." The sky outside grew increasingly dim. The temperature also began to drop sharply. Originally, after lighting the stove, the temperature in the room had risen too. But now, in the blink of an eye, it had dropped to -16. The outdoor temperature had reached a staggering. The cold wind howled. continuously scraping across the bodies of the Arctic people like a bone-scraping knife. At this temperature, even with a campfire, they couldn't work. Unless the campfire was upgraded to an energy tower later, then they could safely survive even during a blizzard. Just then, Cao Xing saw several notifications appear on the territory interface. Your territory building, logging camp, has been successfully built. Your territory building, market, has been successfully built. Your territory building, small shelter, has been successfully built. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The work he had assigned to the 4 Arctic people had finally been completed before dark. He walked to the door of the Lord's cabin and said, "De Zhuang, Zhuang, you can all come over to eat now." The 4 Arctic people swarmed into the Lord's cabin. Even Ilna curled her body and squeezed in along the wooden wall. The Lord's cabin only had 30 square meters of space, and it suddenly became very crowded. Liu Muxu had already filled 6 wooden bowls with meat soup, with the boiled snake meat floating inside. The eyes of the 4 Arctic people lit up, and their hands holding the wooden bowls were trembling. But because Cao Xing hadn't spoken, they dared not make any presumptuous moves. Cao Xing came to the stove, picked up one of the wooden bowls, and said, "Although we've only been together for the first day, I am very satisfied with your performance. To reward your hard work, you can enjoy this pot of snake soup to your heart's content. Now, let's enjoy the meal." At that moment, the 4 Arctic people raised the delicious meat soup, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Then, they shouted in unison, "Praise the great Lord! Praise the great Deputy Lord!" After speaking, the 4 Arctic people drank the meat soup in one gulp. Gulp, gulp sounds followed. A moment later, happy expressions appeared on the faces of the 4 Arctic people. "God, I swear, this is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten in my life." Zhuang, me too. I've never eaten such delicious meat soup underground. Everyone, we must remember that all of this is bestowed upon us by the Lord. We must work hard to repay the Lord. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Lord. The 4 Arctic people were deeply moved. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Da Zhuang, has tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 85. Your territory member, Zhuang, has tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 80. The favorability of the 4 Arctic people soared, all reaching above 80 points. With this level of favorability, they would basically do whatever Cao Xing asked them to. Cao Xing also noticed Ilna nearby. Her hunger level had dropped below 50. Ilna narrowed her slit-like eyes, her tongue flicking out, seemingly very eager to eat. Cao Xing came to Ilna and asked, "Ilna, do you eat raw meat or cooked meat?" Ilna flicked her scarlet tongue. "I eat raw meat, respected Lord." Cao Xing nodded. He was just about to take 2 pieces of snake meat from his backpack. Thinking about it, Cao Xing put them back. Instead, he threw 2 pieces of the freshly harvested wolf meat to Ilna. Ilna bit it in one go and swallowed it directly. She licked her lips and said with a satisfied smile, "Thank you, Lord." Your territory member, Ilna, has tasted the delicious wolf meat, and her loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 71. Cao Xing noticed that Ilna's hunger had increased by 10 points, now barely reaching 60 points. This wouldn't do. Staying in a hungry state for a long time would also lower loyalty. Ilna was strong, but she also consumed more food. Cao Xing thought for a moment and fed her 4 more pieces of wolf meat, which finally raised Ilna's hunger level to 80. "Thank you for your generosity, Lord." Cao Xing nodded. Fortunately, they had hunted 2 snow wolves today. Otherwise, given Ilna's appetite, the stored food wouldn't be enough to last them 2 days. Moreover, Cao Xing still had a more powerful recruitment scroll in his hand, Frost Wolf Warrior. It was conceivable that by then, the daily food consumption of 2 big eaters would reach a staggering number. Starting tomorrow, I must find a way to collect more food, Cao Xing thought to himself. Since it was nighttime, there was no way to work or explore outside. So Cao Xing let Ilna and the 4 Arctic people return to their own residences to rest. After they left, the Lord's cabin became spacious again. As for Liu Muxu, she had to stay with Cao Xing until a new residence was built. Liu Muxu seemed a bit nervous at the moment. It seemed to be her first time sharing a room with a member of the opposite sex. However, Cao Xing didn't have any ulterior thoughts. Sitting in front of the fire, Cao Xing opened the chat channel in the system interface. He wanted to see how other survivors were doing. Opening the world channel, a flood of information poured in. Lin Zixuan, cold, so cold, I'm about to freeze to death. Lawrence, God, what kind of world is this? Our family's food has run out, the campfire is about to go out, who can save us? Andre, damn it, there are actually monsters outside the camp, it bit me. Fujiwara Akiko, my husband has frozen to death, his body is so stiff and cold, sob, sob, sob. Chapter 10, Haggling Ice Armor Technique Skill Book. From their information, Cao Xing learned that quite a few people had already died. Most died from the low temperatures, while a small number encountered monster attacks in the wild. The overall human environment was in a state of panic and unease. There were other commerce survivors on the World Channel sharing their experiences. Zhang Huyan, brothers, you must build the Lord's cabin as soon as possible. Only after building the Lord's cabin can you unlock other buildings. Eid Stafford, I suggest you collect the stones and wood near your territory as soon as possible, and then upgrade the bonfire level. Wang Sheng, if you encounter monsters in the wild, do not try to attack them. Remember to run back immediately. Once you reach the range of the bonfire, those monsters won't attack you. Just as Cao Xing had expected, among the more than 7 billion people globally, there were many with good adaptability. However, compared to Cao Xing, they were still a step behind. Not only had they not played this game in advance like Cao Xing, but they also lacked an SSS-Rank hidden talent. In these 4 hours, Cao Xing had not only built the Lord's cabin and the Arctic people cabin, but also constructed the lumber mill, market, and other buildings, in addition to upgrading the bonfire to level 3. Moreover, after experiencing 2 battles, the resources in Cao Xing's hands had reached a rich level. Cao Xing thought for a moment and added a sentence to it. Cao Xing, the minimum temperature at night will reach degrees C. Do not go out casually. If you don't have time to build a Lord's cabin, you can use wooden boards and stones to build a simple shelter, which can barely withstand the low temperature of the first night. After saying this, Cao Xing closed the world channel. He didn't know how many people would see his message. Nor did he know if anyone would use his method to survive the first night. But regardless, he would just treat it as a kind reminder. Then he opened the regional channel again. According to the system description, this was a 500 km asterisk 500 km square area. It displayed the following: 174 regional channel. Online count 38,224/40,173. Cao Xing was silent for a moment. Clearly, on the first day of arrival, quite a few people had already died. Just in his area alone, nearly 2,000 people had already died. One could imagine how high the death rate of survivors was globally. But there was nothing to be done about it. A survival game would always eliminate many people. Moreover, once the first day was over and everyone adapted, the death rate wouldn't be so high. Of course, once the novice protection period passed, the monsters wandering outside might actively attack camps, at which point the death rate might soar again. Therefore, it wasn't just other survivors. Even Cao Xing had to cherish the time during the novice protection period and hurry to develop his territory. Clicking on the regional channel, a lot of messages immediately scrolled past. Wang Wenji, brothers, are you all from Hong Kong? Gu Boren, I'm not from Hong Kong, but I am from the neighboring Shengang city. Cao Pingwei, I'm from Hong Kong. Pan Fei, I'm from Hong Kong too. After reading the chat above, Cao Xing nodded in realization. This regional division was likely randomly grouping people from several adjacent cities together. At this time, that Wang Wenji continued. Fellow countrymen, I'm in trouble. My sister suddenly fainted due to the low temperature and now has a high fever that won't go down. Does anyone have cold medicine or antibiotics? Please save my sister. Qi Qiang, my family is sick. My parents have already collapsed, and only my younger brother and I are left. What should we do if this continues? Lu Zhizhang, this is troublesome. After tonight, there won't be enough food for tomorrow, and I still don't have warm clothing. Fang Long, I am Fang Long of the Three Heroes Association. Other brothers of the gang, contact me as soon as possible. In the chat channel, many people were talking about the predicament they were currently facing, hopping to get help from others. Of course, there were also some survivors in this area who had already developed. Chen Tianhao, haha, a bunch of cowards just cower near your bonfires. I've already found a treasure chest in the snow and opened it to get an iron sword and a pile of food. Jai Wenlong, I also opened a treasure chest and got a medical kit that can treat colds and fevers. If you want it, exchange it with food or weapons. Cheng Lei, cold-resistant coats for sale. Need food, lots of food. From the information of these people above, it was clear that everyone was very short on supplies. Cao Xing closed the regional channel. He now also needed to go to the market to trade for some supplies. Cao Xing opened the market interface of his territory buildings. As soon as he opened it, he saw many transaction messages appearing on it. Consigned item, stone 20. Requested item, food *10 or medical kit *1. Consigner, Cao Xing. Seller's note, basic materials, price negotiable. Consigned item, rusted spear white 1. Requested item, food 20. Consigner, anonymous. Seller's note, iron spear. Although it is rusted, its attack power is stronger than the initial weapon given by the system. Need food, food. Consigned item, opened bronze treasure chest 1. Requested item, warm clothing. Consigner, Wang Wen. Seller's note, although the treasure chest has already been opened by me, it can be dismantled into rare materials like copper. Give me a piece of warm clothing. I'm F*Sea King freezing to death. Clearly, this was the first day of the global arrival. In this world under extreme conditions, the most scarce things were naturally food, warm clothing, and medicine. Everyone was trading with the limited resources they had on hand. Cao Xing only had one medical kit, and he was short on warm clothing himself. So, of course, he couldn't take these things out to trade. He continued to browse, checking if there was anything he needed. At this moment, he saw a consignment message. Consigned item, Ice Armor Technique Skill Book White 1. Requested item, food 50 or medical kit *5. Consigner, Melees. Seller's note, early game skill book for Frost Mage. Can haggle appropriately, buy soon. Cao Xing's eyes flickered slightly. It was actually the Ice Armor Technique for a Frost Mage. This skill could increase armor value based on the user's mental strength, with the effect lasting for 20 seconds, but the consumption was relatively high. For other Frost Mages, this might be a useless skill, but for Cao Xing, this was a god-tier skill. Because this skill could be combined with his talent to become a permanent enhancement skill. Then, by stacking it with Ilna's scale armor, Cao Xing's defense would reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Cao Xing even wanted to buy this skill book on the spot. But clearly, this guy was asking for an exorbitant price, starting directly at 50 food. But fortunately, the seller's note said that haggling was allowed, which meant there was room for negotiation. Therefore, Cao Xing opened the private chat interface of the consignment. Cao Xing, 10 food for the ice armor technique skill book. A few seconds later, Maylis sent a speechless emoji. Maylis, I told you to haggle, not to mug me. You want to exchange for a skill book with 10 food. Why don't you go rob someone? Go away, go play somewhere else. Cao Xing replied, I know you are in a rush, but don't rush yet. What if I tell you that this isn't ordinary food, but meat? Maylis, meat, you got meat so quickly. The other party's tone was filled with strong surprise. Cao Xing knew the other party didn't believe him. After all, at the current stage, meat could only be obtained from those wild monsters. Clearly, on the first day, basically no one could defeat those wild monsters. Cao Xing directly pasted the item information into the private chat window, but what he sent was the snake meat information. Only then did Maylis finally believe the fact that Cao Xing had meat in his hands. Not bad, brother. You actually managed to get snake meat. Cao Xing asked directly, how about it, are you selling or not? Maylis, I'm definitely selling, but what you're offering is F** seeking too little. At least 40 food, which is 8 pieces of snake meat, otherwise no deal. Cao Xing said, what are you thinking? 8 pieces of snake meat. I don't even have that much myself, at most 3 pieces of snake meat. However, that Maylis insisted that it could not be less than 6 pieces of snake meat. After hearing this, Cao Xing replied directly, never mind then, keep it yourself. The ice armor technique is just an early game skill. The drop rate isn't low. After tomorrow, even if you want to trade it for food, you won't be able to. Hearing this, the other side seemed a bit hesitant. Maylis asked suspiciously, is what you said true? Chapter 11, The First Night, Greedy Human Nature. What Cao Xing said was, of course, a lie. The ice armor technique skill is one of the basic skills for mages in the early stages, although it is quite lackluster. It still holds significant value. Cao Xing replied directly, believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Maylis said helplessly, forget it, 3 pieces of snake meat it is. If I ration it carefully, it should be enough for my family to hold out for another day. Hearing the last sentence, Cao Xing's eyes flickered slightly. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message. How about this, change it to 20 food items, and I will add 5 more loaves of bread. Maylis on the other side was stunned, but still said, all right. Cao Xing, then go directly to the market and modify the transaction information. I will buy it immediately. Very quickly, the price of that skill book on the market changed to food 20. Cao Xing bought it immediately. Transaction successful. You have obtained Ice Armor Technique Skill Book 1. You have lost Fresh Snake Meat 3. You have lost Bread * 5. Ice Armor Technique consumes a certain amount of mental power to increase your own or an ally's armor by mental power * 0.6. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. This was it. His current mental power is 5, plus the bonus from the Believer's Staff. That makes 8 points of mental power. Another W. Words, Cao Xing could once again permanently increase his armor value by 5 points. He clicked to learn it immediately. Successfully learned, Ice Armor Technique. After the system notification ended, Cao Xing felt secretly pleased. Then, he cast Ice Armor Technique on himself first. Stack Armor, pass. Successfully cast, Ice Armor Technique, Armor +5, Talent, Eternal Power activated. This skill has now become a permanent status. The next moment, Cao Xing felt a layer of invisible frost armor wrapping around him. A sense of security welled up in his heart. The effect of Ice Armor Technique is similar to Scale Armor, both being invisible defensive measures that only manifest when being attacked. Now his armor has reached 15 points. Attacks from monsters below level 3 cannot even cause damage to him. Simply put, it doesn't break his defense. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After waiting 60 seconds, Cao Xing cast another layer of Ice Armor Technique on Liu Muxu. As the tank of the team, of course, her defense must be stacked as high as possible. At this moment, the two were sharing the same room. Liu Muxu also learned about the current situation of other survivors through the chat channel. Only now did she understand that not everyone was like her, already living in a warm lord's cabin. Many more survivors were still living lives of hunger and freezing. If she were not with Cao Xing, then she, Liu Muxu, would likely be facing the same fate, perhaps even worse. And at night, experiencing that bone-chilling icy hell. Liu Muxu looked at Cao Xing with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Xing. If it weren't for you, I might have already frozen to death outside." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "It's nothing, sister-in-law. Since the two of us were assigned to the same group, we should cooperate with each other to live better in this world. Helping you is also helping myself." Liu Muxu nodded solemnly. "I will adapt to this world as quickly as possible and won't hold you back." Cao Xing nodded. Then, the two fell into a relative silence. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. At this moment, not knowing what she thought of, Liu Muxu suddenly blushed, and even her body trembled slightly. A moment later, she took off her snow boots and curled up on the small wooden bed. Wrapped in the wolfskin coat, Liu Muxu buried her flushed head deep inside, revealing only a pair of tender little feet. And between the two of them was a warm fireplace. A moment later, Cao Xing said, "Sleep, sister-in-law." Night fell. The coal in the fireplace was burning brightly. Through the Lord's cabin, one could hear the sound of the wind outside. At this time, both of them were wrapped in wolf skins, using them as blankets to cover themselves. Liu Muxu looked at Cao Xing's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Just at this moment, Liu Muxu received a video call. Seeing the caller's name, Bai Yunlin, it was her mother. A look of gravity flashed across Liu Muxu's face. After pondering for a moment, she clicked to answer. "Xiaoxu, how are things going over there?" As soon as the video connected, the woman's voice came from the other side. Liu Muxu was a bit surprised that the other party would actually care about her. However, before Liu Muxu could speak, Bai Yunlin on the other side continued. "Oh my, Xiaoxu, our whole family suddenly arrived in this world. We are truly having such bad luck. You have no idea. Your two younger brothers, your father, and I are having such a miserable time. Inside that box, there was so little food, not even enough for Dabo and Xiaobo to eat for one meal. Now the food is almost gone. Your father and I haven't eaten anything tonight. We are cold and hungry. Xiaoxu, do you have any extra food there? Support us with a little." A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Liu Muxu's mouth. Was it really going to be like this? Before saying a single word, she had already exposed her true nature. She didn't even care about whether she lived or died, just immediately asked her for food. Liu Muxu recalled that it seemed to be the same back on Blue Star. She was always strictly demanded. All her income was controlled by them, and they even intervened in her personal life. To the point that in the end, she was forced to marry that man she hated. Liu Muxu took a deep breath, seemingly gathering some kind of courage. She shook her head and said, "Mom, I don't have any extra food either." Upon hearing this, Mother Liu immediately asked suspiciously, "Really none at all? Xiaoxu, your two younger brothers have been hungry for a whole day. You know, Dabo and Xiaobo are big eaters. They used to eat 4 or 5 meals a day. Now that we are in this world, they have only eaten 1 meal, and your father and I have only eaten half a loaf of bread." As Mother Liu spoke, her eyes were darting around, seemingly trying to investigate Liu Muxu's situation. Liu Muxu said firmly, "There is none." Just at this moment, the appearance of another middle-aged man appeared on the video screen. Looking at Liu Muxu's background, he asked suspiciously, "Xiaoxu, are you lying to us? You are already living in a house, and you still say you have no food. And where did you get that fur you are wearing?" The voices of 2 children sounded from the side, pointing at the screen and saying, "Mom, Dad, I recognize the fur on sister's body. That's wolf's skin. Sister has already killed a wolf. Sister has meat. Hearing this, Mother Liu immediately said angrily, "Good, you heartless brat. You actually dare to lie to your mother. You have meat, but aren't willing to share it with your family, huh? You ungrateful wretch, I raised you for nothing." At this moment, Father Liu was also accusing her from the side, along with the noisy sounds of the two children. "Xiaoxu, what do you want to do? Your mother and I are about to starve to death, and you aren't willing to share even a little food. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Facing her family's accusations, Liu Muxu bit her lower lip lightly, tears in her eyes, appearing somewhat at a loss for a moment. Mother Liu, on the other side, intensified her efforts. "Are you feeling aggrieved now? We have been hungry for a day and haven't even felt aggrieved yet. Liu Muxu, I think you've really grown wings." Liu Muxu's eyes were red, and she was about to cry. Just at this moment, a figure squeezed into the frame. "You two old things, what are you barking about over there?" Hearing the scolding, the voices on the other side suddenly went silent. Then, they saw a young man appear beside Liu Muxu. Seeing Cao Xing on the screen, Father Liu questioned, "Xiaoxu, who are you staying with? Who is this man?" Before Liu Muxu could speak, Cao Xing replied first, "You don't need to know who I am. If you want food, go find it in the snow yourself." The middle-aged man on the other side heard this and said, "I am talking to my daughter. What right do you have to interrupt?" Cao Xing laughed. "What right do I have? Just by the fact that I killed the wolf, and the meat is mine. How about that?" The middle-aged man said angrily, "Then I won't ask you, I'll ask Xiaoxu. She is my daughter." Cao Xing sneered, "Even if you ask her, she doesn't have any. The food is kept by me. With me here, I won't give you even a single crumb of bread. You have hands and feet yourself. Don't you know how to get food yourself? Running to your daughter to suck her blood, do you have any shame?" You what? At such an old age, still shameless and pestering, you're not even as good as a woman, you piece of trash. After Cao Xing gave him a thorough scolding, the middle-aged man on the other side turned beet red. From the side, the wailing of the two children also rang out. Mother Liu, who was on the side, seemed to want to help her husband and attack Cao Xing with words. However, at Cao Xing's signal, Liu Muxu hung up the video call directly. Beep. The world suddenly became quiet. Liu Muxu curled up on the bed, her shoulders trembling continuously, appearing unable to control her emotions. In Cao Xing's ears, faint sobbing sounds could be heard. A moment later, after the sobbing stopped, Cao Xing comforted her. "It's okay now, sister-in-law." Liu Muxu lifted her head, and with red, swollen eyes, looked at Cao Xing gratefully and said, "Xing, thank you for helping me out of that predicament." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "It's nothing. These guys want to get something for nothing and take supplies from my hands. No way." You must also remember, no matter who asks you for food or other resources, you must absolutely not give them any. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Later, they will demand endlessly, do you understand? Upon hearing this, a bitter smile flashed in Liu Muxu's eyes. Chapter 12, Frost Wolf Warrior Move Out. She understood this principle all too well. Back on Blue Star, all of her appearance fees and funds were controlled by her family. Liu Muxu wanted to refuse, but under the constant mental pressure from her parents, she endured it all in silence. Now, coming to this world seemed to give her a chance to break free from her original family and start over. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. A moment later, Liu Muxu nodded solemnly and said, "I will, Xing." After speaking, the two of them sat on their respective beds. But because of what had happened earlier, they were both wide awake for a while. At this moment, not knowing what she had thought of, Liu Muxu suddenly stood up and went to the stove. The stove was lit, and hot water was boiling in the iron pot. Before long, Liu Muxu brought a small bucket of hot water to Cao Xing's side. Her face wore a shy expression as she whispered, Xing, I see your feet are a bit frozen and red. It will be more comfortable to soak them in hot water before going to sleep. Cao Xing was stunned, and he did indeed feel that the soles of his feet were almost numb from the cold. All right, sister-in-law. He was just about to reach out to take the wooden bucket. But he heard Liu Muxu say softly at this moment, I'll help you. Her voice was very soft, and Cao Xing even thought he had misheard. However, by this time, Liu Muxu had already crouched down and placed the small wooden bucket by the bedside. While blushing, she clumsily lifted Cao Xing's feet to the edge of the bucket. This was the first time Cao Xing had ever let another girl help him soak his feet, and he had a strange feeling in his heart. Sorry for the trouble, sister-in-law. Liu Muxu said shyly, No trouble. The warm water splashed onto Cao Xing's cold soles, and steam kept rising. Liu Muxu crouched down, her bottom perked up, and her waist curves were fully displayed. It could be called a devilish figure. Her delicate palms kept stroking Cao Xing's insteps, and every time, it made Cao Xing feel a jolt like an electric shock. The steam continued to rise, and Cao Xing could clearly feel that both of their body temperatures had risen slightly. Sister-in-law. Hearing the call, Liu Muxu raised her beautiful head, her face covered in a hazy mist. Zoom. At this moment, she noticed that Cao Xing's face was gradually drawing closer. Liu Muxu seemed to realize something, and her face turned incredibly red in a flash, and she lowered her head. But soon, she raised her head again and looked at Cao Xing. On her delicate face, besides shyness, there seemed to be some expectation. From this angle, Liu Muxu's flushed cheeks were so alluring, and her slightly trembling lips made one want to taste them right there on the spot. The distance between the two gradually closed, and they could even feel each other's warm breath. In her nervousness, Liu Muxu also seemed to have some expectation. Xing. Liu Muxu wanted to say something more, but she saw the man's face in front of her quickly enlarge, directly blocking her lips. MMPH. Tempting groans escaped Liu Muxu's mouth, and her mind went almost completely blank. A moment later, Liu Muxu went from being dull at first to beginning a green, inexperienced response. The night was like fire. In the small room, the temperature gradually rose. A few minutes later, Liu Muxu's chest was heaving, and she collapsed into Cao Xing's arms, breathing like orchids. Then she stood up from Cao Xing's arms and, full of shyness, crawled into her own little quilt. After Liu Muxu hung up the phone, Liu's father and mother were immediately furious. They tried to call Liu Muxu many times, but were directly rejected by the other party each time. Liu's mother said dejectedly, Old man, what do you think we should do now? That girl Muxu won't give us food, and Dabao and Xiaobo are crying from hunger. We don't even know what to eat tomorrow. Liu's father, Liu Zhenji, was also thinking. At this moment, as if remembering something, he suddenly said, Yunlin, don't you think that kid staying with Muxu looks a bit familiar? Hearing this, Liu's mother's eyes also fell into reminiscence. A moment later, Liu's mother said in shock, I think I remember. This kid seems to be a driver from Chen Jiang's company, who was often sent by him to pick up our daughter before. The two were immediately shocked. Liu's mother said angrily, Good, a mere driver dares to scold us. When I find a chance, see how I punish you. Liu Zhenji calmed down and said, Don't be anxious yet. I just saw Fang Long speak. He seems to be in the same place as us. Liu's mother was shocked. Fang Long, is that Fang Long from the Three Heroes Association? Liu Zhenji nodded. Yes, it seems he has already started uniting other members of the Three Heroes Association. It looks like he is developing quite well. Liu's mother was immediately overjoyed. That's great. I remember this Fang Long was also a fanatical pursuer of Muxu before. Let's contact him first and see if we can get some food from him. The next day, a system prompt appeared. All survivors, please note that you have survived the first night of the frozen era. Novice protection period remaining, 4 days 22 hours. There are still 5 days of safe time. Cao Xing opened his eyes and immediately saw the beauty lying beside him. A faint fragrance seemed to linger on his lips. Last night, they did not cross the final line. On the first day of arriving in this world, neither of them was mentally prepared. Cao Xing shook his head, throwing away the messy thoughts. Then he looked at the regional channel. Regional channel 174. Online users 38,024/40,173. Compared to yesterday, another 1,000 people died. They did not survive the first night of this world. The world channel and regional channel were filled with various cries for help. Liu Muxu also woke up at this time. She seemed to remember what happened last night, and in an instant, she became incredibly shy again. She poked her head out and asked softly, Xing, what are we going to do today? Cao Xing said, today, we need to upgrade the Arctic people cabin first, and then recruit 4 Arctic people to work. Then we'll get the blacksmith shop, and so on set up, but we don't need to do these ourselves. For now, let's go out and arrange work for those Arctic people. Liu Muxu responded softly. Then, the two got up from the small wooden bed together and walked out of the Lord's cabin. The sky of this apocalyptic world was still gloomy, and even at dawn, sunlight was rarely seen. 4 Arctic people were already standing outside the campfire waiting. Greetings, Lord. Good morning, Second Lord. The 4 Arctic people shouted respectfully. Cao Xing nodded and then assigned work to all of them. He had the 4 Arctic people split into 2 groups and start upgrading the Arctic people cabins simultaneously. A system prompt appeared. Consume materials. Wood 50, stone 30 to upgrade Arctic people cabin to level 2. Yes. Upgrading Arctic people cabin. Remaining time 27 minutes. The Arctic people began their work. As for Cao Xing, he took out the recruitment scroll that dropped yesterday from his backpack. Frost Wolf Knight Recruitment Scroll, blue, can be used to recruit a level 10 Frost Wolf Knight through this scroll. The reason it wasn't recruited yesterday was because it was close to night, and there was no need for him to fight. Moreover, for such powerful creatures, the food consumed every night was a huge number, so saving a little was better than nothing. A system prompt appeared. Use the scroll to recruit Frost Wolf Knight. Yes. Cao Xing clicked confirm directly. The next moment, a huge hexagram array appeared under his feet. Then, the hexagram array began to bloom with even more dazzling light. Damn, this commotion seems even more terrifying than when summoning Ilna. Cao Xing's eyes were full of surprise. Through the dazzling light screen of the teleportation array, Cao Xing vaguely saw a huge figure over 2 meters tall, full of oppressive force. A powerful aura appeared. Then the light dissipated. A white giant wolf, covered in snow-white fur with a body length of nearly 3 meters, appeared. On its thick and powerful limbs, the exposed fangs all demonstrated the powerful strength of this giant wolf. And looking up, on the back of this white wolf sat a Frost Wolf Knight wearing white armor and holding a long sword. At this moment, the Frost Wolf Knight pulled the reins. The Frost Wolf below immediately raised its head and let out a long howl. Ow! The sound was impactful and loud, spreading several kilometers away. Compared to the oppressive power of the snake person priest, it was more than twice as strong. When noticing Cao Xing below, the Frost Wolf Knight took off his helmet, revealing a head of wild, dark brown hair like weeds. Then he flipped and jumped down, performing a standard knight salute to Cao Xing. Frost Wolf Knight Assam at your service. Cao Xing looked at this man and wolf combination in shock. Then the attributes appeared in front of him. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam not advanced. Note, after reaching level 10, can advance to a tier 2 creature through the Heart of Strength. Race, human. Level, 101722/10,000. HP 1020. Attack 137-146. Armor 24-27. Attributes: Strength 57, Agility 54, Spirit 48, Constitution 51. Skills: Riding Mastery. When fighting on a mount, strength and agility are increased by an additional 10%. Frost Wolf Swordsmanship. When attacking enemies with sword-type weapons, deal an additional 20% damage. Talent: Polar Constitution. Hunger 72. Loyalty 71. Frost Wolf, Winter Not Advanced. Race: Beast. Level: 10,273/10,000. HP: 1,540. Attack: 134-138. Armor: 12-14. Attributes: Strength 67, Agility 71, Spirit 57, Constitution 77. Skills: Frost Bite. When an attack hits, apply 1 stack of frost effect to the enemy. When frost stacks reach 5 or more, freeze the enemy's blood, causing them to fall into a frozen state for 3-5 seconds. Frost Claw Strike. When an attack hits, apply 1 stack of bleeding effect to the enemy, losing HP equal to agility 0.3 per second. Effect lasts for 3 seconds. Talent: Wolf Pack Will. When more than 10 frost wolves are gathered together, movement speed increases by 20%, attack increases by 20%. Hunger 65. Cao Xing looked at the attributes of these 2 behemoths, and a strong look of joy flashed in his eyes. Good heavens, is this a buy one get one free deal? And they are both such powerful creatures. This wave is truly a huge profit. 2 level 10 creatures appearing all at once was something Cao Xing had not expected at all. At this moment, the Frost Wolf Knight still maintained his saluting posture, seemingly waiting for Cao Xing to give orders. Cao Xing thought for a moment and did not rush to give orders to this Frost Wolf Knight. Instead, he first applied 4 permanent buffs to Assam and the Frost Wolf beside him. Ice Armor Technique, Ice Healing Art, Scale Armor, and Snake Person Berserk. The Frost Wolf Knight felt 4 strange energies suddenly added to his body, which greatly enhanced his survival and combat abilities. Assam immediately knelt on one knee and said in shock, "You are the Lord with the greatest power I have ever seen. Assam is willing to offer his loyalty to you." You help territory member. Assam increase his strength. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 80. Assam's loyalty skyrocketed. Cao Xing was extremely excited. This SSS level talent is just so useful. In the future, no matter what kind of troops are recruited, he can give them a round of buffs. Then Cao Xing looked at the Frost Wolf Knight and said, "Assam, I have an exploration mission for you next. You head to the northeast of the camp and mark any resource points or wild creatures you encounter along the way. Report back to me after your exploration range reaches 10 kilometers. The Frost Wolf Knight stomped his feet and said respectfully, "Obeying your command, Lord." After speaking, he jumped onto the wolf's back, then raised his long sword high and pointed it forward. Frost Wolf Warrior, move out. Chapter 13, +18 top-tier greatsword. Thump, thump, thump. The Frost Wolf took heavy strides, charging in the direction ordered by Cao Xing. Watching the figure of the man and the wolf disappear into the distance, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. A few minutes later, a system notification appeared. Your territory building Arctic People's Hut has been successfully upgraded. Current level, level 2. Available Arctic People recruitment capacity, 4/8. Cao Xing's eyes lit up with joy. Good, good, good. The Arctic People's Hut has also been upgraded successfully. This way, I'll have more population to work for me. Before long, 4 Arctic people arrived at Cao Xing's side, holding tools. Lord, the task is complete. Cao Xing nodded and walked over to the level 2 Arctic People's Hut. After the upgrade, The Arctic people's hut had transformed from a small tent into a small bungalow nearly 3 meters high, covering an area of about 20 square meters. The attributes of this building appeared before him. Level 2, Arctic people's hut. Can summon Arctic people to work for you by consuming food. Area, 30 square meters. Maximum recruitment capacity, 48 people. Upgrade requirements. Level 3 Lord's Hut, stone 100, wood * 200, iron * 50. Cao Xing pondered. The level 2 Arctic people's hut can only recruit 4 more Arctic people. The manpower is still not enough. To continue upgrading, I need a level 3 Lord's Hut, which I can't build in the short term. Shaking his head, Cao Xing spent another 20 food units to summon 4 Arctic people. The hut trembled for a moment. The 4 Arctic people swarmed out. Respected Lord, the Arctic people report for duty. Beside him, Liu Muxu exclaimed softly, "Oh, a few more Arctic people have come out." Cao Xing nodded and proceeded to name these Arctic people. He continued from Wu Zhuang and Liu Zhuang, all the way to Ba Zhuang before stopping. The Arctic people said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord, for bestowing our names. You have successfully named an Arctic people. Wu Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. You have successfully named an Arctic people. Liu Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points." System notifications regarding the increase in favorability kept appearing. Cao Xing first looked at Da Zhuang and said, "Da Zhuang, take Zhuang through Si Zhuang. The 4 of you go and mine that coal deposit with all your might. Wu Zhuang and Liu Zhuang, your task is to focus on cutting down the wood nearby and transporting it to the lumber mill for processing. Qi Zhuang and Ba Zhuang, your task is to collect more stone and build the ore processing plant. Do you all understand?" Upon hearing this, the 8 Arctic people looked at each other and saluted respectfully. "Understood, Lord." Then, under the leadership of Da Zhuang, the Arctic people began working with great enthusiasm. Xing, is there anything you need me to do?" Liu Muxu asked softly from the side. Cao Xing glanced at the equipment Liu Muxu was currently wearing. Apart from the small wooden shield gifted by the system, she only had a stone axe. The small wooden shield also had cracks on it from the battle. It felt like it would be completely destroyed if it endured another fight. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going to check the market to see if there's anything useful." Liu Muxu nodded gently. "I'll listen to you." Cao Xing checked his food reserves. Food, bread * 45, snake meat 10, wolf meat * 132. The food is still quite sufficient at the moment. I can take out a portion to trade for supplies or equipment. He opened the market channel. The listed items had increased by dozens of pages. It seemed that more and more survivors, or rather teams, had built the market. Cao Xing entered the word equipment into the search interface and filtered the results. Scattered white-tier equipment appeared, such as stone axes, stone spears, and so on. Among them, a few iron items were also being sold at a quite high price. Cao Xing shook his head. The attributes of this equipment were too poor to provide any real improvement. Just then, he saw a listing. Listed item, rusted iron shield, white * 1. Requested item, food * 50 or medical kit * 1. Seller, Chen Yuan. Seller's note, top-tier iron shield, amazing defensive power, first come, first served. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of this iron shield. It had 5/8 armor points, which was almost double that of the small wooden shield in Liu Muxu's hand. Although it couldn't be considered top-tier, it wasn't bad. Thus, following his usual practice, Cao Xing directly offered a price first. Cao Xing, 20 food for the rusted iron shield. A moment later, the other party replied with one word. "Get lost." Damn, this guy has quite a temper. He doesn't even have the patience to haggle. Cao Xing was amused. Shaking his head, he didn't pay it any mind. Thus, he put up a listing of his own. Listed item, fresh wolf meat green. Requested items, equipment, weapons, skill books. Seller Cao Xing. Seller's note, fresh wolf meat, 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food. Need equipment or skill books that an Aurora Knight and Frost Mage can use. Interested parties, send a private message. Not long after the wolf meat was listed, someone among the survivors immediately noticed the information on the market. Holy crap, someone is selling food in the market and it's green-grade wolf meat. Wolf meat. I remember that wolves in the wild are at least level 3 monsters, right? Which big shot is this? To have killed a wolf so quickly. Too strong. I'm still gnawing on dry bread, and others are already eating meat. This big shot wants equipment and skill books. Whoever has any, go trade with the big shot quickly. At the current stage, when everyone was worrying about food, the fact that someone was selling food, and precious wolf meat at that, immediately caused a sensation. Sure enough, before long, Cao Xing received his first private message. Ren Yixu, brother, I see you have a remarkable bone structure. I have a plus 18 top-tier greatsword here. I'll sell it to you for just 5 pieces of wolf meat. What do you think? Cao Xing was delighted. Send it over for me to see. Rusted iron sword, white, quality, common attack power, 6/8 special effects, none. Cao Xing. This is what you call a plus 18 top-tier greatsword. Ren Yixu laughed. Forgot to mention, this is a future plus 18 reinforced greatsword. With my abilities, I will definitely be able to reinforce it to plus 18 in the future. Cao Xing was speechless and said directly, 2 pieces of wolf meat. Ren Yixu was stunned. So little. Are you selling or not? Selling, Ren Yixu agreed decisively. Cao Xing, speechless, modified the trade information. Trade successful. You have obtained rusted iron sword, white. You have lost fresh wolf meat, green *2. Then, Cao Xing received many more private messages. Among them, not many were selling equipment. Most wanted to trade using other territory resources they had, such as wood, stone, and a small amount of iron. To these survivors, Cao Xing would always add a reminder, telling them the importance of these basic resources as the foundation for survival, and that they shouldn't be sold easily. Some survivors listened to the advice and gave up on the trade, but others insisted on trading with Cao Xing. They told Cao Xing that they were about to starve to death, so who was thinking about future development? They had to fill their stomachs first. Seeing these people's messages, Cao Xing pondered to himself. Since they want to sell, I can indeed collect a batch of resources first. But my wolf meat reserves are not high, so I cannot purchase those stones and wood in large quantities. However, I can trade for some iron first, and then build the blacksmith shop. Once the blacksmith shop is built, he could produce some simple iron items inside, such as iron axes, iron pickaxes, iron spears, and so on. As for other equipment, corresponding blueprints would be needed to craft them. However, the amount of iron currently in the hands of the survivors was too small, at most only 2 or 3 pieces. Trading 1 piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron would definitely be a loss for Cao Xing. Thus, Cao Xing asked the system, can wolf meat be broken down into smaller portions? A system notification appeared. 1 piece of wolf meat can be broken down into a maximum of 10 small portions of wolf meat, 100 G per portion. Cao Xing was stunned. It really worked. Thus, he took out 5 pieces of wolf meat from his hand and broke them down into 50 portions. Then, Cao Xing modified the trading conditions. The listing ratio was 1 portion of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron. The regional channel once again attracted attention. Brothers, this big shot has changed the conditions. You can now trade iron for wolf meat. Whoever has iron, go trade quickly. I happen to have 2 pieces. I'm going to trade with this big shot immediately. Holy crap, I also really want to eat meat. Leave some for me. On Cao Xing's end, he kept receiving trade requests. Trade successful. You have obtained iron *2. You have lost wolf meat 100G. Trade successful. You have obtained iron *4. You have lost wolf meat *200G. Trade successful. You have obtained iron round shield white *1. You have lost fresh wolf meat *5. Besides a large amount of iron, Cao Xing also received a shield as he had hoped. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes. Iron round shield white quality, common armor, 9-11 special effects, none. Although it was only a white tier shield, its attributes were much better than the wooden shield in Liu Muxu's hands. Before long, the dozen or so pieces of wolf meat that Cao Xing had listed were all snapped up. And in Cao Xing's backpack, there were now 100 extra pieces of iron. Now, the iron in his hands was completely sufficient to build the blacksmith shop. A look of joy appeared in Cao Xing's eyes. Compared to collecting slowly, trading with other survivors is faster. Of course, this method assumed that one had sufficient resources. Now that the territory's population had increased so much all of a sudden, the daily food consumption was not a small number. So, he could only sell a small portion of food to trade for supplies. Just as Cao Xing was about to end the trades, that survivor named Chen Yuan sent another message. "Brother, I'll sell that iron shield to you, 10 pieces of wolf meat." He seemed to have noticed the commotion in the market. Seeing this message, Cao Xing couldn't help but laugh. This guy really dared to name his price. He was treating the broken shield in his hand like a treasure. The shield Cao Xing had just traded for not only had better attributes than this rusted iron shield, but it also only cost 5 pieces of wolf meat. Thus, Cao Xing replied, "No need, you can keep it yourself." Hearing this, the survivor named Chen Yuan suddenly got anxious. "Don't be like that, brother. We can discuss this. 8 pieces is fine, right?" Cao Xing didn't want to bother with him at all. The other side urged, 6 pieces really, it can't be any lower. One shouldn't be too greedy." Cao Xing still did not reply. Chen Yuan said anxiously, "I am Chen Yuan of the Three Heroes Alliance. Give me some face. Take this shield for 5 pieces of wolf meat." Chen Yuan seemed to have lost his patience. 4 pieces of wolf meat. This is my bottom line. I advise you not to push your luck." His tone became increasingly impatient. At this moment, Cao Xing replied indifferently, "Get lost." Chapter 14. Your milk tea is under attack. After speaking, Cao Xing directly blocked the other party. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away from Cao Xing, a human survivor was just about to continue sending messages when they saw a system prompt. "You have been added to the other party's blacklist and cannot continue communicating." He froze on the spot, then angrily said, "Damn brat." After the trade ended, Cao Xing first gave the iron sword and iron shield to Liu Muxu. Then he began to teach Liu Muxu combat stances, guiding her hand by hand. Cao Xing took Liu Muxu's arm and said, "Sister-in-law, the shield should be held in your left hand, and your right hand should hold the weapon to attack the enemy. For the iron sword you are using now, just remember 3 simple actions: thrust, chop, and slash." Liu Muxu nodded shyly. She clumsily thrust the sword forward, then looked at Cao Xing. Is this right?" Looking at her soft and powerless thrust, Cao Xing thought it was not only harmless, but also, perhaps, a bit cute. Was she trying to perform a thug-exciting sword move? Cao Xing shook his head, stepped behind Liu Muxu, held the shield with one hand, and lifted her right hand with the other. "Sister-in-law, your sword-thrusting posture should be like this." At this moment, Liu Muxu felt Cao Xing behind her, and her face was full of shyness. He grabbed Liu Muxu's wrist and thrust it straight forward. Swish! The sword pierced through the air with a sound. "Ooh!" A coquettish sound escaped Liu Muxu's lips. The movement had been too large, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Cao Xing could even feel the touch of her rounded buttocks. Ahem. Cao Xing quickly stepped back half a step to maintain a safe distance. Liu Muxu naturally felt the contact from behind just now. Her face turned incredibly red, and her legs even went a bit weak. But she gritted her teeth and persisted in learning. Cao Xing continued to teach Liu Muxu sword fighting. Because she was trying hard to absorb the knowledge Cao Xing was teaching, Liu Muxu quickly got into the zone. Half an hour later, both of them were slightly sweating and gradually separated. Liu Muxu practiced repeatedly, following the movements Cao Xing had instructed. Cao Xing stood to the side, nodding with satisfaction. Then he checked his territory's resources. Food: bread 45, snake meat 10, wolf meat * 111. Wood 92, coal 107, stone 45, iron * 100. Cao Xing pondered. Last night, the campfire and the stove consumed quite a bit of coal, but it also saved me a lot of wood. Now that 8 Arctic people are gathering resources together, the efficiency is much faster. After today, I should be able to build the sewing shop and the blacksmith shop. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This progress was quite fast, while most survivors were still in the exploration stage. Cao Xing's territory had already begun to take shape. Next, as long as he continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his territory level and build more advanced structures. Then, he could set up a barracks and train these Arctic people into combat units. Combined with Cao Xing's talent, they would be monsters capable of infinite healing. The future was full of hope. Just then, a system prompt interrupted Cao Xing's thoughts. Your territory member, Assam, is under attack. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing's heart sank. Damn it, my milk tea. No, my knight is under attack. Who is it? One must know that Assam was already a level 10 knight, and with the Frost Wolf under him, he basically had no rivals below the first rank. This situation indicated that Assam had encountered a powerful enemy. Liu Muxu, who was by his side, also heard the same prompt. She came to Cao Xing's side, a look of worry appearing in her eyes. Cao Xing comforted her. It's fine. Assam has the 4 permanent states we applied to him. As long as he isn't killed in one hit, surviving shouldn't be a problem given his abilities. Forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. After waiting for a few minutes, they didn't hear any news of Assam's death. Cao Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them watched the direction Assam had previously departed from, hoping he would return safely. 10+ minutes later, Cao Xing saw a strong figure limping back. It was precisely the Frost Wolf Knight, Assam. Seeing this, Cao Xing immediately pulled out the barret and went to Assam's side. Liu Muxu and Ailna also walked over quickly. What happened? Cao Xing said, carrying the barret, his gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Assam jumped down from the back of the Frost Wolf and knelt on one knee. My lord, I am truly sorry. Your subordinate encountered a powerful enemy outside. Neither Winter nor I could withstand a single blow from it. If it weren't for the power you added to us beforehand, we might not have made it back. Hearing this, Cao Xing frowned, then checked the status of the Frost Wolf. He discovered that the health points section for Winter had changed. Frost Wolf, Winter. Health points, 1386/1540. Status, fracture, maximum health reduced by 10%, movement speed reduced by 20%. Cao Xing said, Tell me specifically what you encountered. Yes, my lord. Then, Assam began to recount their encounter. After listening, Cao Xing frowned and said, You mean, about 3 kilometers away from the camp, there is a powerful snow-violent bear, and that bear can also discharge electricity. Assam respectfully said, Yes, my lord. That violent bear has immense strength. A single slap could send both me and Winter flying. Its power is too great. Only a second-rank knight of the tribe would be able to defeat it. Cao Xing was lost in thought. A second-rank knight was needed to deal with it, which meant this monster's level was at least above 10. Moreover, listening to Assam's description, the violent bear could also discharge electricity. It probably wasn't that simple. Thinking of this, Cao Xing nodded and said, "Assam, treat Winter's injuries, then take me to see the place where you found the violent bear." Assam seemed a bit surprised. "My lord, do you mean you want to go and deal with that violent bear?" Cao Xing shook his head. "I didn't say I would definitely deal with it. We'll go and observe its strength first." The snow violent bear was only 3 kilometers away from their camp, which was very unsettling. Once the 4-day newbie protection period ended, this violent bear would easily destroy Cao Xing's territory. Furthermore, even within the newbie protection period, if that snow violent bear approached, it would pose a strong threat to Cao Xing. The Arctic people gathering resources outside the camp would all fall victim to it. Even in Liu Muxu's eyes, a look of worry appeared. Xing. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, we'll just take a look from far away. But it shouldn't be a big problem. If it dares to come over, I'll put a few holes in its body." After saying this, Cao Xing showed the barret in his hand. With this big killer weapon, monsters below level 20 basically had no rivals. Liu Muxu nodded. On the side, Assam was already treating the frost wolf's fracture. A crack sound was heard. "Oh!" The frost wolf let out a muffled groan, and a damage number of -172 appeared above its head. But soon, green +5 numbers popped up. Having the eternal power, talent was just so convenient. Otherwise, with the massive health pools of Assam and the frost wolf, recovering would not only cost them many resources, but also take much more time. 2 or 3 minutes later. "My lord, Winter has recovered," Assam said respectfully from the side. Cao Xing nodded. "Now start leading the way forward." "Understood, my lord." Assam mounted the frost wolf again and headed toward the snowfield. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps sounded. Cao Xing brought Ilna and Liu Muxu along as they approached. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of a snow mountain. In front, they seemed to be able to see a deep, dark cave. A ferocious aura faintly emanated from within. They continued to approach, and a system prompt appeared before their eyes. Snow Plains Violent Bear's Den Blue, a powerful creature lives inside. It is the overlord of the vicinity. Extremely dangerous, please approach with caution. Cao Xing frowned. Even the system warned it was extremely dangerous. The monster inside was not just ordinarily strong. "My lord, do you need me to lure it out?" The frost wolf knight Assam volunteered. Cao Xing asked, "Can you guarantee your own safety?" Assam nodded. "Both Winter and I have the power you added to us, my lord. As long as I am cautious, escaping won't be a problem." Cao Xing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then go ahead." "Understood." Assam rode the frost wolf and began to quickly circle to the other side of the snowfield, about 500 meters away from Cao Xing and the others. Then, the frost wolf beneath him raised its head and let out a roar. "Awu!" The sound was resonant and piercing. The next moment, a roar like that of an ancient giant beast also rang out from the cave. Roar! The roar was too powerful. The sound waves were almost tangible, shaking the snow near the cave away. Cao Xing and the others all felt a terrifying sense of oppression. He immediately set up the barret and lay down on the snow. Just then, Cao Xing suddenly felt the ground beneath him vibrate. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if something was rushing toward them at high speed. Then, a massive creature with a snow-white body, at least 8 meters tall, suddenly lunged out from the cave. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded across the entire snowfield. Chapter 15. First kill of an elite monster. It was a white violent bear, covered in snow-white fur, with a size comparable to a small truck. Nearly 6 meters long, with limbs as thick as water barrels, Just looking at it was enough to feel its destructive power. The attributes of this white bear appeared before Cao Xing. Snowfield Violent Bear, level 15. Race, Beast. Rank, Tier 2 Elite Creature. Health points, 4080/4080. Attack power, 347/356. Attributes, Strength 189, Agility 154, Spirit 173, Constitution 204. Skills, Bear Paw Slam. The violent bear attacks enemies with its strong and powerful forelimbs, carrying a 100% knockback effect on enemies with lower strength than itself. Savage Roar. The violent bear emits a terrifying sound wave, causing enemies within 30 meters to fall into a 3-second stun state. Lightning Strike condenses the power of lightning within its body to slam the ground, dealing 130% lightning attribute damage to enemies within 20 meters, and causing all enemies to fall into a 1-second paralysis state. Talent 1, Cold Resistance. Talent 2, Lightning Body, capable of manipulating weak lightning power. Note, this is a violent bear that has activated special power. Extremely powerful, please handle with caution. Good heavens, a level 15 elite creature. Cao Xing was shocked. This guy, just in terms of attributes, was already comparable to a level 20 normal monster, and with those 3 skills, its actual combat power was even more terrifying. At this moment, after sensing Assam's aura, the violent bear roared and charged over immediately. Boom, boom. When it ran, it was like cannonballs hitting the snow, with continuous explosions. Such power made Assam, who was waiting in place, feel a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Cao Xing began to quickly weigh the attributes and distance between the 2 parties in his mind. This guy has too much health. Without a headshot, Barrett will need at least 5 shots to take it down. And I am still 500 meters away from it. According to the sprinting speed of this violent bear, it will take at least 10 seconds for it to get close. And Barrett has a 2-second attack interval. Counting the aiming time, 10 seconds is enough for me to fire 5 shots. After reaching this conclusion, Cao Xing felt reassured. That is to say, he could use Barrett to take care of this violent bear before it rushed over. The premise was that all 5 shots had to hit. However, with the violent bear's massive size, if Cao Xing still missed, then he would be too incompetent. At the same time, the frost wolf under Assam tightened its limbs. It was ready for a life-and-death struggle with the snowfield violent bear. Roar! The violent bear's figure rushed over quickly, just as it raised its bear paw and was about to slam it down. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A spray of blood instantly erupted on the back of the snowfield violent bear. 872. A terrifying damage number floated up. Roar! The violent bear felt the pain, lost its balance in midair, and fell directly onto the ground, rolling over a dozen meters away. So fierce. Cao Xing looked at the big guy in his hand with pleasant surprise. Just when Barrett fired, the powerful recoil hit his shoulder. At this moment, a layer of ice armor and a layer of scale armor appeared simultaneously. Cao Xing didn't receive any damage, and even the recoil was offset. Good, good, good. This way I don't have to worry about the recoil hurting me. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Roar! At this moment, the violent bear quickly climbed up from the ground, glaring with red eyes, looking for the culprit who had just attacked it. Then, it immediately saw Cao Xing in the distance. The next moment, this snowfield violent bear began to charge fiercely towards Cao Xing's side. At the same time, the attack interval of Cao Xing's Barrett had also ended. He lay on the ground, aiming at the violent bear's massive body, and then fired directly. Bang! 1234. A 4-digit damage number floated up. Cao Xing was happy in his heart. This attack actually triggered Barrett's armor-piercing effect. 2 shots in, and the violent bear's health was directly cut to less than half. Sam, who had just escaped a disaster, looked at the two bloody holes on the violent bear in shock. What terrifying power! Even if Winter and I combined, we couldn't withstand a single strike from the Lord. At the same time, the violent bear was less than 300 meters away from Cao Xing. Being hit by 2 shots had completely incited the killing intent in its heart. A ferocious aura rushed towards them. It even made Liu Muxu and Ilna subconsciously retreat 2 steps. And Cao Xing's 3rd bullet was also loaded at this time. Bang! Cao Xing fired without hesitation. This shot didn't cause any damage because Cao Xing missed. Damn, how could I even miss this? What kind of trash marksmanship is this? Cao Xing's heart sank. Because this meant he only had 2 shots left. He glanced at the brown bear's health points. Health points, 1974/4080. In other words, Cao Xing must hit both of these 2 shots, and one of them must at least deal armor-piercing damage. Otherwise, once the violent bear still had a sliver of health left and rushed in front of Cao Xing. With his small physique, the violent bear could kill him with 1 slap. Pressure suddenly arrived, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Liu Muxu gripped her shield tightly on the side, her face solemn. She seemed to have seen the current situation too. At this moment, Liu Muxu came to Cao Xing's side. She was ready to block the attack for Cao Xing. And Cao Xing remained cold-eyed, performing the loading action. He knew that the more critical the moment, the more he needed to stay calm. When the violent bear rushed to 200 meters away from him, the 4th round of ammunition had also been loaded. After aiming at the violent bear's massive body, Cao Xing thought to himself, "Master Han, please bless me, don't miss again." Then he fired directly. Bang! 893. It didn't deal armor-piercing damage, but Cao Xing still didn't feel discouraged. The snowfield violent bear seemed to have a premonition that this last distance was the key to victory. Roar, roar. Its running speed increased by another notch. 100 meters. 50 meters. At this moment, electric currents faintly appeared between the violent bear's limbs. It was actually trying to directly release that area of effect skill to blast Cao Xing to death. And just at this moment, Cao Xing's 5th round of ammunition was loaded. He took a deep breath, and while aiming at the violent bear's body, he shifted the crosshair slightly upward. Then he fired decisively. Bang! 1574. Headshot. A terrifying damage number appeared. A blood hole that went through from front to back suddenly appeared in the center of the snowfield violent bear's eyebrows. The momentum of its massive body stopped, and like a crashed truck, it slammed into the snow in front of them. Swish. After dragging on the snow for more than 10 meters, the violent bear's body finally stopped completely. Then it fell to the ground and completely stopped breathing. A system prompt appeared. Successfully killed snowfield violent bear, level 15 elite creature, killed a monster above your level, gained EXP 350 *400%, gained 1400 EXP. Your level has increased, current level 3. Total gains from this upgrade: strength +3, agility +4, spirit +6, constitution +4. At the same time, a white light rose from Cao Xing's body. A look of wild joy flashed in Cao Xing's eyes. Leveled up, and 2 levels in a row. The surprise wasn't over yet, and the system prompts continued to sound. Killed snowfield violent bear, obtained loot, primary heart of strength *1. Advanced item, allows survivors or territory units reaching level 10 to break through to tier 2 powerhouses. Obtained, primary elemental crystal green 8. Crystals containing elemental power can be used to build primary magic buildings or used as alchemy materials. Congratulations! Because you are the first survivor in the whole server to kill an elite creature, obtained first kill reward. Primary Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint 1, Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll 1. Seeing this pile of prompts, the wild joy in Cao Xing's eyes could hardly be concealed. Damn, this wave is really profitable. Heart of Strength, Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll, Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint, this is too fierce. At this time, Ilna and Assam all came to Cao Xing's side. They all looked at the corpse of the snowfield violent bear on the ground in shock and murmured, "What a terrifying weapon. Lord, your power is as dazzling and powerful as the stars. Ilna has been conquered by the formidable combat power you displayed. Loyalty has increased, current loyalty, 80. Assam has been conquered by the formidable combat power you displayed. Loyalty has increased, current loyalty, 85. Chapter 16, Dismantling the Snow Bear Corpse, A Great Harvest. Cao Xing nodded inwardly. Only by demonstrating powerful strength could one make their subordinates more loyal. This principle held true in any world. He looked at Assam to the side, then took out a bright red crystal from his personal backpack. This was the primary heart of strength he had just obtained when killing the snow bear. Primary heart of strength can only be obtained from certain powerful creatures. Item effect allows a survivor or territory member who has reached level 10 to complete an advancement. After advancement, all attributes increase by 100%. In the Frozen era, the boost from every advancement was terrifying. It was at least a 100% attribute increase. Without relying on other means, it was very difficult to fight across tiers. Assam was already a level 10 creature, meeting the conditions for advancement. Thus, Cao Xing threw the Heart of Strength directly to him. Assam caught it subconsciously, then clutched the crystal filled with power in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Lord, can you really give me such a precious Heart of Strength?" Cao Xing nodded and said, "Assam, during this operation, you have already proven your bravery and alertness. I believe you deserve to possess even greater power. So, please accept this Heart of Strength, and let us build a more prosperous territory together." Assam was moved to tears. He pounded his chest with one hand, stood straight, and said excitedly, "I am willing to lay down my life for you, my lord." Assam has been moved by your actions. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 95 life and death devotion. Seeing this notification, Cao Xing was overjoyed. Once loyalty reaches above 90, these soldiers reach a state of die-hard loyalty, even if you ordered them to die. They would carry it out without hesitation. In this way, there was even less need to worry about Assam rebelling. Under everyone's gaze, Assam crushed the Heart of Strength right in front of Cao Xing. Cracked. The sound of glass shattering rang out, and a red mist was absorbed by Assam. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Assam's aura rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a terrifying level. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Assam has completed advancement. All attributes increased by 100%. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Assam's attributes after the advancement. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam Tier 2. Race, human. Level, 10, 1722-10000. HP, 2040. Attack power, 274-289. Armor, 24-27. Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 108, Spirit 96, Constitution 102. Hunger, 72. Loyalty, 95. Good. Cao Xing looked at Assam's panel with satisfaction. Undoubtedly, this upgrade brought a qualitative change to his strength. Ilna, standing nearby, watched Assam's transformation with envy. Noticing her gaze, Cao Xing said, "Ilna, keep up the good work. Once you reach level 10, I will also find a Heart of Strength for you to help you break through to Tier 2. Upon hearing this, Ilna's long, narrow snake eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Cao Xing excitedly, saying, Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Ilna is willing to give everything for you, my lord. Ilna has been moved by your words. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 85. Sure enough, her loyalty had increased again. Cao Xing was overjoyed. As a qualified lord, one must be good at painting a bright picture. Then, Cao Xing began to check the 2 rewards given for the first kill of the snow bear. Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll, purple. Use this scroll to summon a powerful level 15 elite druid. Note, although the Icefield Druid is powerful, the amount of food he requires daily is also astonishing. Please ensure you have sufficient food. Seeing the notification, Cao Xing's pupils constricted instantly. Holy cow! A level 15 elite monster. This is too fierce. Just from the powerful combat strength the snow bear displayed earlier, one could see how terrifying a level 15 elite monster was. If Cao Xing hadn't possessed a super weapon like the Barret, all of them combined wouldn't have lasted half a minute against the snow bear. However, the system also warned that this Icefield Druid had an astonishing appetite. An average survivor wouldn't even be able to afford to feed him. Cao Xing continued to check the other reward. Primary Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint can build a defensive arrow tower in the territory. Attack power, 213, 247, 20% chance to deal 45 additional elemental damage. Attack interval, 2.5 seconds attack. Maximum range, 600 meters. Armor, 20 points. Durability, 2000/2000. Footprint, 12 square meters. Building height, 15 meters. Construction materials required. Wood 300, stone 200, iron 50, primary elemental crystal *10. After reading the attributes of this elemental arrow tower, Cao Xing was once again pleasantly surprised. Good heavens, with over 200 points of attack power, one arrow could instantly kill a level 5 creature like Ilna. This was another super weapon. Even the unadvanced Assam, in a one-on-one situation, would likely be shot dead before he could even reach the foot of the arrow tower. After all, it had a range of 600 meters. Moreover, the materials required for this elemental arrow tower were not complicated, and it could be mass-produced. The only trouble was the primary elemental crystal at the end. This thing could only be dropped by powerful creatures like the snow bear, or found in treasure chests. However, because of the existence of the market, this was not a problem for Cao Xing. Cao Xing believed that no matter how hard it was to obtain, with such a large base number of survivors, quite a few would definitely find this material. After checking the harvest this time, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although this battle consumed 5 of his Barret bullets, the return was extremely astonishing. It could be called a great harvest. Furthermore, besides these spoils of war, there was one reward still left to handle. Cao Xing looked at the massive corpse in front of him. Snow Bear Corpse Blue can be dismantled. Cao Xing clicked Dismantle directly. Then, the snow bear's truck-sized body was enveloped in a white light. After the white light dissipated, a mound of fresh bear meat appeared on the spot, along with a massive bear hide, a pair of bear paws, and a pile of bones. Fresh bear meat blue, 1,215. Bear meat containing powerful strength. Consumed for the first time, strength +2, constitution +2. Complete snow bear hide blue. A complete bear hide with excellent cold resistance. After being crafted into clothing at the blacksmith shop, it can also provide a certain amount of armor effect. Snow bear paws purple 2. A precious trophy. It is said that the Avalon nobles specifically collect these bear paws, and they can be sold for a high price. Snow bear gallbladder blue 1. A bear gallbladder with powerful effects. Consuming it for the first time permanently increases HP by 200 points. Remember to cook it before eating. Snow bear bones 172, blue. The extremely hard bones of a snow bear You can process them at the blacksmith shop to craft spears or other weapons. Holy cow, over 1,000 pieces of bear meat. Cao Xing was shocked. Converted, that was over 6,000 units of food. And what was the most critical point? The most critical point was that this bear meat could increase attributes. A full 2 points increase in strength and constitution. For those warrior classes, that was almost 4 points of attack power and 40 HP, plus 1 point of armor increase. Right now, it was when survivors were most in need of food, and it was meat that increased attributes, no less. If he put it up for trade on the market, Cao Xing believed it would definitely cause a frenzy among the survivors. He could almost see a massive fortune crashing towards him, making even Cao Xing's breathing a little ragged. Chapter 17, The Silver Treasure Chest in the Cave. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. Cao Xing forced himself to calm down, then asked the system. Without considering satiety, what is the minimum amount of bear meat I need to eat for the attribute boost to take effect? One had to know. This kind of bear meat only provided an attribute boost the first time it was consumed. Therefore, it didn't matter if you ate 10 pieces or 100 pieces of bear meat. The result was the same. However, if eating just one bite could trigger the effect, then the room for maneuver for Cao Xing would be massive. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. You must consume more than 100 g of bear meat to obtain the attribute boost effect. Seeing this prompt, a look of ecstasy flashed across Cao Xing's face. Only 100 g. 1 piece of bear meat equals 1 kilogram. In other words, he could divide these 1,215 pieces of bear meat into over 10,000 portions for trading. The amount of supplies he could exchange for was simply unimaginable. Of course, Cao Xing couldn't trade it all away. He also needed to keep a portion for daily necessities. After all, his territory had quite a large population now. He still had to recruit a level 15 frost druid next. With that, Cao Xing directly collected all the materials on the ground. At this point, the loot from this battle had been mostly tallied. Just as Cao Xing was preparing to lead his people back, he suddenly noticed the deep cave behind them. This cave, it seemed to be the dwelling of the snowstorm bear. Could there be any treasures inside? Seeing Cao Xing's gaze, Assam volunteered. My lord, let your subordinate go and investigate first. Cao Xing nodded. Then Assam drew the long sword at his waist and walked straight into the cave. A few minutes later, Assam walked out and said respectfully, My lord, no other dangers were found inside the cave. However, I did discover something unusual inside. Cao Xing asked in confusion, Something unusual? Assam nodded. Cao Xing brought Liu Muxu and headed toward the snowstorm bear's cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a faint smell of earth drifted into their noses. A system prompt appeared. You have entered a special area, Snowstorm Bear Cave. The inside of the cave was slightly dim, but compared to the freezing world outside, it was indeed much warmer. Cao Xing looked at the temperature display above his head. Current temperature. The further they went into the cave, the higher the temperature became. They continued forward for about 10 meters. In a corner of the cave, Cao Xing discovered the unusual thing Assam had mentioned. Lying on a pile of hay was a creature that was snow-white all over, looking like a ball of fur. It was a white bear cub that had been born not long ago. It seemed to be asleep, its body curled up, revealing a small pink paw. Beside him, stars appeared in Liu Muxu's eyes. So cute. Cao Xing walked to the side of the bear nest, crouched down, and was just about to touch the bear cub with his hand. Crackle, crackle. A sound of electric current rang out, and a damage number appeared above Cao Xing's head. It felt like he had been pricked by a needle, and Cao Xing subconsciously retracted his arm. What the? This bear cub can discharge electricity. Cao Xing looked forward in surprise, and the attributes of this bear cub appeared before him. Snowstorm bear juvenile. Race, beast. Level, none. Attributes, none. Talent, lightning body, can manipulate weak lightning power. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Born with a lightning attribute. This bear cub had a bright future. Just then, another system prompt appeared. Detected a tameable wild creature. Snowstorm bear cub. Do you wish to tame it and recruit it into your territory? After taming a wild creature, you must provide it with food, and it will only possess combat capability after it grows up. Clearly, Liu Muxu beside him had also heard the system prompt. She was looking at Cao Xing with hopeful eyes, seemingly very eager for him to take this bear cub away. Cao Xing pondered for a moment and nodded. Although this bear cub had no combat capability, it had potential. Once it grew up, it might become as powerful as the snowstorm bear outside. Recruitment successful, territory member +1. Do you wish to name the snowstorm bear? I can name it too. Cao Xing's eyes lit up, and he fell into thought once again. This little guy could discharge electricity, and was a bear. Cao Xing couldn't help but think of a game he had played before. In that game, there was a giant white bear that could manipulate lightning and storms, had been tempered by the baptism of war, and possessed the fighting spirit of the Freljord. It was called Volleyball, and it also held a resounding title, the Thunder's Roar. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said directly, "Today, I bestow upon you the name Volleyball." The bear cub, which had been curled up in the nest, stretched its limbs as if it had sensed something. Wu tilde. A soft whimpering sound came from the bear cub's mouth. Volleyball successfully named. Liu Muxu also heard the system prompt, and she joyfully wanted to pick up the bear cub. Cao Xing reminded her from behind, "Be careful, sister-in-law, this bear cub can discharge electricity." Liu Muxu was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. She carefully extended a finger and touched the bear cub's body. And this time, the bear cub did not discharge any electricity. Liu Muxu was delighted. She reached out with both hands and gathered the bear cub into her arms. She looked at Cao Xing and said happily, Xing, look, it doesn't seem to be shocking me." Cao Xing's mouth twitched. This little guy. The bear cub also seemed to know it had a new master, and its limbs were flailing about wildly. Liu Muxu held it up while chuckling. "Volleyball, from now on, your name will be Voli." Cao Xing bypassed the bear nest and walked straight to the innermost part of the cave. Because there, he saw a treasure chest. This was also one of the things Assam had discovered earlier. Unlocked silver treasure chest can be opened. Seeing the system description, Cao Xing's breath hitched. Good heavens, it's actually a silver treasure chest. In this world, treasure chest grades were divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, bright moon, and so on. Treasure chests of different grades yielded items of different rarity. It was said that the highest grade bright moon treasure chest could even contain legendary equipment. As for whether there were higher grade treasure chests, Cao Xing hadn't encountered them, so he didn't know. But when Cao Xing was playing the game, he had already survived for over 10 days by the time he opened his first silver treasure chest. Therefore, the fact that he could find a silver treasure chest in the early stages now showed just how significant this was. Cao Xing clicked to open it directly. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Obtained black iron armguard green, 1. Obtained medical pack *5. Obtained small resource pack *1. Obtained mithril *5. My God, a skill book plus a piece of green equipment and medical packs and mithril. Truly worthy of being a silver treasure chest. Cao Xing was overjoyed, and then he began to check the attributes of these items. Skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Exclusive skill book for the Frost Iron Mechanic. Consumes materials and mechanical energy to summon 1 GZ Mark robot that inherits 120% of the survivor's attributes. The robot's duration is 180 seconds. Cao Xing said in pleasant surprise, "It's actually this skill book." Chapter 18 Skill Book, GZ-Mark Robot. Although this isn't a skill book I can use myself, it's still quite good. A look of joy flashed across Cao Xing's face. One must know, the GZ-Mark Robot is a god-tier skill for mechanics in the early stages. By consuming only a portion of iron and mechanical energy, one can summon a Mark robot with formidable attributes, which not only possesses ranged attack capabilities, but also has astonishing defensive power. It can be said that it greatly enhances a mechanic's survival capabilities in the early stages. If this skill book were taken to the market, it would definitely cause a frenzy among those mechanics. Cao Xing continued to check the other spoils. Black iron bracers, green. Quality, fine. Armor, 7/9. Attached effect 1, Constitution +4. Attached effect 2, long arms increases attack range by 20%. Small resource pack. Upon opening, you can obtain wood 100, stone 50, iron *10. Mithril, purple, a precious metal that can be used to craft high-level equipment or buildings. After reviewing the attributes of these items, Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. That pair of black iron bracers is green-grade equipment, and its attributes are quite good. Especially the second effect, which can actually increase my maximum attack range. It's truly fierce. Cao Xing equipped it without hesitation, and then he checked his own attributes. Attributes, click to expand. Good, good, good. Both my vitality and attack power have been significantly improved. Compared to when I first arrived in this world yesterday, my strength has increased by more than double. An expression of joy appeared on Cao Xing's face. Moreover, in addition to the equipment, he also had a bare gallbladder and bare meat in his hands that could improve his attributes. By then, Cao Xing's strength would be able to increase by another notch. After clearing out all the spoils, Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and said, "Let's go, it's time to head back." They had been out for nearly an hour this time. Heading back would take at least another half hour. Cao Xing needed to seize every moment to develop his territory. After the group returned to the camp, the warmth radiating from the campfire washed over them in waves. Step, step. They all shook the accumulated snow off their feet. Cao Xing looked at the sky. It's fortunate that it hasn't snowed recently. If it were snowing in this hellish weather, it would truly be difficult to even take a step. He looked at Assam beside him and said, "Assam, come here." Upon hearing this, Assam immediately walked over with a straight posture. Cao Xing raised his staff, and a beam of green light shot out. Successfully cast, Ice Healing Art, Talent, Eternal Power activated. This skill has now become a permanent status. Green +10 numbers appeared above Assam's head. Compared to the previous healing value, it had doubled. Cao Xing felt a surge of joy internally. Sure enough, when the same skill is applied to the same target, the lower attribute bonus will be overwritten by the higher one. Because Cao Xing's spirit attribute had improved, the effect of Ice Healing Art naturally improved as well. Now Assam could recover 10 points of HP per second. Combined with his terrifying defensive power, he was truly an unkillable cockroach. Then Cao Xing cast another ice armor technique, adding 8 points of armor to Assam. He didn't spare his frost wolf either. Swish, swish, swish. Beams of green light shot out. Cao Xing discovered that after his spirit attribute increased, the number of times he could cast magic had also increased accordingly. Up until now, that dizzy feeling hadn't appeared. After replenishing the status for Assam and the frost wolf, Cao Xing said, "Assam, you did a great job this time. Your next task is to continue scouting the area within 10 kilometers of the camp. Mark all resource points and monsters, and make sure to return to the camp before dark." Upon hearing this, Assam immediately said respectfully, "As you command, Lord." "Your command is my destiny." After saying this, he mounted the frost wolf Winter and charged back into the snow outside. Cao Xing looked at Ilna to the side. "Ilna, your task is to apply snakefolk berserk and scale armor effects to those newly recruited Arctic people. Remember to rest when your spirit power is insufficient." Ilna flicked her tongue and nodded. "As you command, Lord." Then Cao Xing opened the resource pack, small, that he had just obtained from the silver treasure chest. Successfully opened the resource pack. You obtained wood *100. You obtained stone *50. You obtained iron *10. He took a look at his territory's resources. Food, bread *45, snake meat 10, wolf meat 111, bear meat *1215. Wood 314, coal 124, stone 153, iron *110. Cao Xing said happily, "After the lumber mill was built, the speed of wood acquisition has indeed increased a lot. That coal mine has also begun to be put into operation for extraction. The next step is to build the sewing workshop and the ore processing plant." Cao Xing called over 4 Arctic people. He handed the construction tasks over to them. Then he looked around the camp. A circle of 7 or 8 small houses had already been built nearby. In just one short day, from a single small campfire, there were now so many buildings. A full sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Liu Muxu asked softly, "Axing, is there anything you need me to do?" Cao Xing shook his head. "Not for now, sister-in-law. Let's go into the house to warm up first." Liu Muxu nodded. Then the two of them ducked into the Lord's cabin together. Once inside, Liu Muxu naturally crouched by the fireplace, extending her jade-like hands to warm them. "Few tilde so warm tilde." A happy smile appeared on the woman's face. In such an icy, snowy world, being able to warm oneself by a cozy fireplace was truly a thing that made one feel very happy. A few minutes later, perhaps because she was too close to the fireplace, sweat began to seep from Liu Muxu's forehead. She took off the wolf fur coat she was wearing, revealing her curvaceous figure once again. Then she crouched back down by the fireplace to warm herself. Liu Muxu's posture perfectly showcased her sizzling figure. Especially since Cao Xing was sitting on the bed at this moment. From this angle, he could just see her graceful body curves. Her chest, squeezed by her knees, became even more voluminous, a patch of white that dazzled the eyes. Beneath her slender waist were her rounded buttocks tightly wrapped in a black tight-fitting skirt. Liu Muxu possessed a temperament that was a mix of maturity and a hint of innocence, making it hard for anyone to look away after just one glance. At this moment, Liu Muxu seemed to notice that her stockings appeared to be torn. Several delicate and cute toes on her slender jade-like feet were curled together. She raised her head and said somewhat embarrassedly, Axing, my stockings seem to be torn. Can I take them off, wash them, and put them away for now?" Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Sure, there is prepared water in those wooden buckets. You can just craft a new bucket." Liu Muxu nodded her head slightly. She wanted to say something, but it seemed difficult to speak. Then she stood by the bed, lifted her long, slender jade-like leg, and gently took off the stockings. It seemed to be the first time she had done such an action in front of another man. Liu Muxu's face was so flushed it looked like it could drip water, and she didn't dare to look into Cao Xing's eyes the whole time. And Cao Xing saw that after taking off the stockings, Liu Muxu's thighs had a slightly fleshy feel, and her calves were very slender. They were not the extreme chopstick legs. Truly perfect. Cao Xing sighed in his heart. Liu Muxu picked up the stockings. Just as she was preparing to stand up, she suddenly noticed some small mud spots on Cao Xing's body. Liu Muxu said with a blushing face, "Axing, your shirt seems to be dirty." Cao Xing looked down. There was indeed a patch of black mud on the white shirt he had been wearing before he transmigrated. Thinking about it, it must have been picked up when he was lying on the ground using the barret. Liu Muxu said subconsciously, "How about you take it off and I'll wash it for you?" Then she seemed to realize that this sentence was a bit subtle. For a moment, her face became even more flushed, and she lowered her head. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. He didn't overthink it. Before the sewing workshop was built, this was the only piece of clothing he had. So Cao Xing nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, sister-in-law." Cao Xing very naturally unbuttoned his shirt, leaving his upper body bare, revealing his strong, lean muscles. Seeing Cao Xing's physique, Liu Muxu seemed somewhat surprised, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance a few more times. "Here you go, sister-in-law." Liu Muxu responded softly. She shyly took the shirt from Cao Xing's hand and took it to the side to scrub it. Swish, swish. The sound of water rang out. Liu Muxu quickly finished washing the stockings and Cao Xing's shirt and hung them by the fireplace to dry. Then she brought a basin of steaming hot water and came to Cao Xing's side. Xing, I saw that there was also a bit of mud on your chest. How about, let me wipe your body for you?" She had originally wanted to say, "Let Cao Xing wipe it himself," but she didn't know why. She ended up saying the words above. For a moment, Liu Muxu felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Cao Xing also felt that this sentence was a bit off, but to avoid making Liu Muxu feel awkward, he nodded and said, "I'll trouble you, sister-in-law." It's nothing." Liu Muxu responded with relief and shyness. At this moment, Liu Muxu placed the basin by Cao Xing's side, then crouched down slightly and soaked her hands. Then, with flushed cheeks, she extended her hands and gently rubbed Cao Xing's chest. Her delicate palms, soaked by the warm water, had a slippery sensation. Under the close-range contact, the unique fragrance of Liu Muxu's body kept drifting into Cao Xing's nose. Liu Muxu's movements were very stiff. It was clear that this was her first time doing such a thing. The warm, gentle touch kept stroking across his chest, and Cao Xing clearly felt that Liu Muxu's body temperature seemed to be rising. A few minutes later, Liu Muxu said with a flushed face, "Xing, it's wiped clean." Cao Xing nodded blankly. Liu Muxu carried the basin away, her face burning with embarrassment. To calm the restlessness in his heart, Cao Xing put the wolf fur coat back on and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going out for a moment to trade for some supplies at the market." Liu Muxu responded softly. Cao Xing walked out of the Lord's cabin again. The low temperature outside struck instantly. "Hugh, must stay calm, must stay calm." Cao Xing took a deep breath, and his brain gradually became calm. Then he came to the side of the market. "Next, it's time to sell a batch of the bear meat I have on hand." Cao Xing knew that for food like this, of course, the earlier he sold it, the better. After a few days, when everyone was no longer troubled by food, the bear meat in Cao Xing's hands wouldn't be able to sell for a very high price. So Cao Xing opened the world channel. "Takako takyaka, woo-woo. My husband was bitten to death by a snow wolf. Now it's just me with 2 children left. Is there any kind person who can take in our family?" "Yan Zioto, this lady from Japan, what are your coordinates? I'll come to save you right away. I don't mean anything else, I just can't stand seeing others suffer." "Alvarez, damn it. Why do these recruited Arctic people need to eat too? Our own family doesn't have enough food. Where would we get food to share with them?" "Abdul, God, I haven't given these Arctic people anything to eat for a day now. They aren't working either. They're just sitting outside the house, and I feel like the way they look at me is getting stranger and stranger." Salman Khan, my territory seems to be near an icy river. It looks like the Ganges in my hometown. Compared to yesterday, more and more people had come to understand how to play this game. They had all started building lords' cabins and recruiting Arctic people to work. But these Arctic people all needed to eat, so most survivors were troubled by food. Because in the current stage, the market could only trade supplies with survivors within one's own region. So Cao Xing clicked open the regional channel. Yang Jiaki, brothers. I went out exploring today. At coordinates 12,743, 6507, 15,231, I discovered a wild camp with a group of masked guys inside. Wang Zihang, brother above, I advise you not to go there. That group are Icefield hunters, a bunch of crazy guys. My 2 Arctic people were killed by them. Chen Kaiyan, is there any food? In this kind of heavy snow, I really don't know where to find food. Shen Hongguang, yeah, this hellish place. How exactly are we supposed to obtain food? Chapter 19, the booming trading market. It was clear that everyone in the chat channel was troubled by the issue of food. They didn't know how to obtain food. In fact, during the newbie protection period, around everyone's camp, there were some low-level wild monsters, which were the source of food in the early stages. Because they were family teams, all 4 of them had combat power. If they fought together, dealing with a level 1 or 2 wild monster wouldn't be a problem. However, because they were too afraid or had poor adaptability, they didn't dare to step too far out of the snow, let alone fight those wild monsters. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the chat channel. Look, Fang Long from the 3 Heroes Association is selling food again. 100 G of beast meat in exchange for 100 wood or 50 stones. Weapons and equipment take priority. Whoever has spare materials, go trade quickly. Damn, this is too expensive. All my resources combined don't add up to that much. What does the guy above know? Do you know how precious food is right now? Can those resources compare to your own life? That's right, if you don't buy it, plenty of others will. Don't fight me for it, I'm fucking starving to death. Watching the chat channel, Cao Xing was lost in thought. The food this Fang Long listed was a piece of wild boar meat. Although the price he set was outrageous, it was snatched up in less than 3 seconds. Cao Xing thought to himself, selling 100 G of beast meat at such an expensive price is equivalent to emptying out a camp's resources. And those who traded their supplies, although they might recover a bit of satiety, will have a miserable time afterward. They will likely fail to develop because of insufficient resources. Even if they manage to develop, they'll probably be several days behind in progress. By the time the newbie protection period ends, it'll be GG. Cao Xing checked the records. This seemed to be the 17th time Fang Long had sold food. One could imagine how many resources he had gathered through these few transactions. Cao Xing continued to think. The wild boar's size is similar to a snow wolf's, which means he shouldn't have much meat left. Thinking of this, Cao Xing also posted a trading message on the market. Consigned item, fresh bear meat blue. 100 G, first consumption provides +2 strength, +2 constitution. Required items, wood 10, stone 5, iron *1. Mithril elemental crystals and other materials can be traded in large quantities. Consigner, Cao Xing. Seller's note, bear meat that increases satiety and attributes. Large stock available, accepting various materials, blueprints, skill books, and equipment. Then, Cao Xing began to set the prices for various items. 1 elemental crystal equals 1 piece of bear meat. 1 piece of mithril equals 1 piece of bear meat. Equipment blueprint equals 5 to 10 pieces of bear meat. Skill book equals 5 to 10 pieces of bear meat. Cao Xing recorded the items one by one, even adding ammunition, all with clearly marked prices. At this moment, in the regional channel, many survivors who had already built a market suddenly noticed the bear meat listed above. Then they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Huang Qiufang, holy shit, blue-grade bear meat that also increases attributes. Brothers, hurry to the market and take a look. Someone is selling bear meat that adds attributes. Hearing this news, many survivors felt a bit bewildered. What? Meat that adds attributes? How come I've never seen such a thing? They opened the market immediately and were shocked by the consignment information. Oh my God, it's real. And the price is so cheap. 10 wood can get you 100 g of bear meat, and 1 elemental crystal can even get you a whole piece of bear meat. My God, is this fake? Is this person doing charity? These survivors' eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, they all knew how terrifyingly high the price of food was right now. And this was bear meat that added attributes. However, they soon learned that it was real. A survivor named Yang Lin said excitedly, "Holy shit, I got it, I got it. I used 50 stones to directly trade for a whole piece of bear meat, enough for my whole family to increase their attributes." What? When the first survivor successfully traded, other survivors immediately started trading like crazy. Holy shit, I also successfully traded. 10 pieces of iron can get me a whole piece of bear meat. This is too awesome. Elemental crystals. Who has elemental crystals? 1 can trade for a whole piece of bear meat. Go quickly. I used a skill book to trade for 5 pieces of bear meat. So awesome. At this moment, the regional channel completely entered a state of frenzy. The survivors who managed to grab the bear meat were extremely excited. They all knew how profitable it was to trade these materials for bear meat. Someone even posted the information about the bear meat on the World Channel, making other survivors not in District 174 feel extremely envious. Ede Stafford. Oh my God, it's actually bear meat. I've never fought a bear in my life. Q Waiko. It adds so many attributes. For the warrior class, it is simply a gospel. Ikiro Deguchi. Baka, why am I not in District 174? Why hasn't anyone in our District 11,451 dropped this kind of bear meat? And Cao Xing was being spammed with crazy transaction messages. Transaction successful. You gained iron *10, you lost fresh bear meat blue, 1. Transaction successful. You gained stone 5, you lost fresh bear meat blue, 100 g. Transaction successful. You gained soldier's standard longsword blueprint green, 1, you lost fresh bear meat blue, 5. The prices Cao Xing set were very user-friendly. Even if you only had a few supplies, you could trade with him. For a time, almost all the survivors in District 174 got the news. After all, the earlier you consumed these items that could increase attributes, the more it would increase your safety in this world. Cao Xing was practically watching his territory's resources grow crazily. In no time, he had gained 5,400 wood, 3,200 stones, 342 pieces of iron, 43 primary elemental crystals, plus a green blueprint and 20 pieces of mithril. These resources were so abundant that even if 12 Arctic people mined with all their might for nearly half a month, they might not have obtained this much. And so far, he had only paid out 215 pieces of bear meat. And in Cao Xing's backpack, there were still a full 1,000 pieces of bear meat left. At this moment, Cao Xing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I'm rich, I'm totally rich now. Seeing the materials in his backpack, Cao Xing decided to use them to increase his strength first. First, upgrade the bonfire, then upgrade the Lord's cabin. Then upgrade the Arctic people cabin to recruit more Arctic people to work. After that, Cao Xing could even build powerful structures like the primary elemental arrow tower, greatly improving the territory's defensive capabilities. Thus, Cao Xing stopped trading in the market. He was going to call all these Arctic people back and prepare to upgrade the buildings. Hearing Cao Xing's call, those Arctic people put down their work and walked toward the camp. Chapter 20. Harvest Conflict of Interest. Meanwhile, seeing that the bear meat trade had suddenly been taken down from the chat channel, the survivors were immediately plunged into a panic. Gyu Yichin. What the hell, why was the bear meat suddenly taken down? I haven't bought any yet. Rosa. I didn't buy any either. I just got the news that someone in the market is selling bear meat that adds attributes. Shu Yi. Ah, don't tell me Great Lord Cao Xing has already sold out of all his bear meat. quickly at Great Lord Cao Xing. In the regional channel, that group of people was frantically atting Cao Xing. Yue Zhejian, at Cao Xing, honey, say something. Lu Yuyu, at Cao Xing, great lord, don't be so cold, come out and comfort this little sister's fragile heart. Huang Ling, at Cao Xing, little brother, do you need a pendant for your leg? At this moment, Cao Xing was busy giving tasks to the group of Arctic people, upgrading the campfire and upgrading the Lord's cabin, and wasn't paying attention to the chat channel. Seeing that Cao Xing didn't reply, the group of survivors immediately got anxious. This is bad, brothers. Great Lord Cao Xing isn't responding to us. Could it really be sold out? It's over. I was saying earlier that I'd wait for him to lower the price a bit before buying. Now it's great, it's completely sold out. I planned that too. This is a huge loss. At this time, a survivor named Yu Jun said, a bunch of idiots, still wanting to wait for others to lower the price. Look at what kind of meat this is. Props that can add attributes are hard currency at any time. And Great Lord Cao Xing's price was already set very fairly. Liu Hui, that's right, Great Lord Cao Xing's price is really very fair. Before, when I bought 100 g of beast meat from Fang Long, it almost emptied all my assets. Huang Shiheng, exactly, Fang Long's price is truly life-threatening. Buying once is equivalent to going bankrupt. Just then, a cold voice appeared in the regional channel. Fang Long, someone was just saying that the meat I sell is expensive. Do you know how difficult it is for my brothers to set aside even a little food to trade? I took out precious food to trade so you wouldn't go hungry, and you actually say I sell it expensive. The chat channel suddenly fell silent. Most people here were from Hong Kong, and they all knew the fierce reputation of the Three Heroes Association. This was a notorious gangster force. In addition to Fang Long, there were 2 other gang leaders, all of them ruthless people. That's why they named themselves the Three Heroes Association. At its peak, the gang's numbers once reached thousands, and its reputation spread throughout Hong Kong. Seeing no one speaking, Fang Long continued to sneer. Everyone, be honest. Don't look at who is the boss in this area. From now on, whoever wants to trade in this area must have our permission, otherwise you'll see. At this time, a survivor named Chen Minhao said, Fang Long, aren't you being too overbearing? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. Selling your own stuff so expensive, and you don't allow others to sell. Fang Long, you're right, we are just that overbearing. What did you think the Three Heroes Association does? Hearing this, the survivors' faces changed. That's right, a gang like the Three Heroes Association was never a good thing. Collecting protection fees was one of their means of making money. Clearly, Cao Xing selling bear meat in large quantities infringed on their interests. Fang Long sneered. Let me tell you, there are hundreds of our brothers from the Three Heroes Association in this area. We will run into each other sooner or later. You better think clearly about the consequences of offending us. At this time, members of the Three Heroes Association jumped out one after another and said, Support boss Fang Long. Everyone be honest. Channel 174 will be decided by the Three Heroes Association from now on. Seeing so many people jump out, the survivors suddenly realized this point. They were now in the same area as the Three Heroes Association. As they gradually developed outward, everyone would meet sooner or later. And the Three Heroes Association, which naturally possessed hundreds of people, was the largest force in this area. Offending them would make their own territory dangerous in the future. For a time, everyone was afraid to speak. Just then, Cao Xing also opened the regional channel. He had just seen the chat above and was completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? I just arranged some work and came back, and now I'm not allowed to do business. Cao Xing pondered for a moment and said directly, Everyone, I left for a while just now the trading continues. Before other survivors could speak, Fang Long saw Cao Xing appear and said directly, Didn't you hear what I said? I told you not to continue trading. Cao Xing replied indifferently. On what basis? You say let me not trade and I shouldn't. Fang Long, kid, don't play dumb there. You are from Hong Kong, you should have heard the name of our Three Heroes Association. Zone 174 is our territory now. Cao Xing paused after hearing this, then laughed. What Three Heroes Association? Three Bird Association? This isn't Earth anymore. What are you pretending with me? Brothers, don't be afraid of this bunch of stupid birds. Continue trading if you want to trade. The amount of bear meat I have is limited. First come, first served. By the way, the idiots from the Three Bird Association don't trade with me. You've reached the new world, and you're still acting like dogs for others. Go find your masters and ask for meat. Cao Xing's words were like poking a hornet's nest. It caused the group of Three Heroes Association members to curse wildly. Zhang Wei, Cao Xing, I asterisk in percent. Su Heicheng, I N%, and Cao Xing happily waited for them to finish scolding, then laughed. Anything else? Is this all there is to the Three Heroes Association? Provoked by Cao Xing, there was another screen-filling wave of scolding. The entire channel 174 was almost occupied by these people's messages. They frantically attacked Cao Xing verbally. At this time, a system prompt appeared in front of them. Because you have repeatedly used uncivilized language, your chat permission has now been revoked. Remaining time, 3 days. The survivors who were cursing were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even in another world, there would be a mute function. For a time, this group of Three Heroes Association survivors was banned on a large scale, and the entire chat channel gradually quieted down. And Cao Xing was still constantly provoking them, causing more Three Heroes Association survivors to be banned. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Fang Long came out and said, "Everyone stop talking, don't fall for this kid's trap." Although Fang Long tried to stop them, that wave just now had already caused more than 200 people to be banned by the system for 3 days. This was a significant blow to the prestige of the Three Heroes Association. Fang Long said in a cold tone, "Kid, your name is Cao Xing, right? I've remembered you. I hope you won't regret it later." But Cao Xing didn't care about his threat at all and laughed. "You remembered me. Great, I've remembered you guys too. I've noted down the names and ID numbers of those guys who just scolded me. From now on, don't even think about trading anything from me." Cao Xing completely ignored Fang Long's threat and began to continue listing items. And those survivors, seeing Fang Long fall silent, started rushing to buy again. "Brothers, hurry up and grab it. Great Lord Cao Xing said this batch of bear meat is limited. It'll be gone if you're late. Holy shit, I must grab some this time. Charge." The chat channel was full of enthusiasm, and the news about the Three Heroes Association was soon drowned out by the massive number of survivors. On Cao Xing's side, he received the screen-filling transaction notification sound again. Chapter 21, High Enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in another corner of this ice field, a middle-aged man with a cold gaze and eyes like a hawk stared into the distance. He clenched his fist slightly and said in a cold tone, "Cao Xing." This person was Fang Long. Behind him, an elderly couple and a sexy woman were huddled in the Lord's cabin, warming themselves by the fire. It was clear that Fang Long's family was currently doing quite well. After all, through several previous trades, he had already gathered quite a lot of supplies. Just then, a survivor named Jai Jun contacted Fang Long. "Boss, that hateful brat actually really wrote down all our names. We just went to look for him to trade, but not only were we rejected, he even scolded us." Hearing this, Fang Long's face turned even darker. Jai Jun continued to ask, "Boss, what should we do now? His bear meat increases so many attributes. If we don't have it, it's equivalent to falling behind others, which is very disadvantageous for our development." Fang Long calmed his inner rage and said, "I know. I will think of a way regarding the bear meat." After hanging up the communication, Fang Long frowned. Although he said he would solve it, for a moment, Fang Long didn't have any good ideas. Just then, a survivor named Liu Zhenji applied to add Fang Long as a friend. Seeing this somewhat familiar name, Fang Long clicked accept. Boss Fang Long, I am Muxu's father, Liu Zhenji. Liu Zhenji sent a message immediately. Fang Long remembered that he had once pursued Liu Muxu for a period of time, but she had rejected him. So it's Muxu's father. Uncle Liu, is there something you need? Liu Zhenji quickly said, yes, of course. It's about information regarding that brat who offended you in the chat channel. Hearing this, Fang Long was immediately interested. Uncle Liu, please tell me quickly. A moment later, after listening to Liu Zhenji's account, an interested expression appeared on Fang Long's face. Interesting, so he was just a little driver. I thought this brat was some big shot. A guy from the bottom of society. Upon arriving in this world, thinks he can really turn his life around. However, Muxu is actually staying with this guy. That's something I didn't expect. Fang Long said to Liu Zhenji, Uncle Liu, you did well. I'll trade this piece of beast meat to you first. Seeing there was food, Liu Zhenji was immediately endlessly grateful to Fang Long. After hanging up the private chat, Fang Long immediately issued an order to the members of the Three Heroes Association. That was to locate Cao Xing's camp position. At this time, Cao Xing did not know that Fang Long was looking for his camp coordinates, because he had already been flooded by various trade messages again. Trade successful. You obtained skill book, ice cone technique, you lost fresh bear meat blue, 5. Trade successful. You obtained skill book, Aurora blessing, you lost fresh bear meat blue, 5. Trade successful. You obtained black iron plate armor green, 1. You lost fresh bear meat blue, 3. Trade successful. This time, Cao Xing took out another 500 blocks of bear meat, which was 5,000 portions, for trading. When the nearly hour-long trading time ended, all 5,000 portions of bear meat in Cao Xing's hands were sold out. The consignment information on the market was also taken down. The chat channel, which was in a heated state, suddenly saw the information that the bear meat was sold out and was stunned for a moment. Then those survivors shouted excitedly, Damn! It sold out so fast, I still didn't manage to grab any. I didn't manage to grab any either. What a pity. Ah, great Lord Cao Xing, put up some more bear meat. At Cao Xing, be sensible and put up more bear meat. Don't force me to beg you. Obviously, in the entire trading market, bear meat was still in a state of short supply. After all, the entire District 174 had over 30,000, nearly 40,000 people. And Cao Xing, all things considered, had only traded over 7,000 portions of bear meat. In other words, the number of people who successfully traded for bear meat was not even 1/5. Although Cao Xing still had 500 blocks of bear meat in his hands, which could be divided into 5,000 portions for trading. But this was what he was keeping as reserve food, or to exchange for some precious items. Therefore, Cao Xing said in the chat channel, Everyone, I don't have much bear meat left in my hands, so I cannot conduct large-scale trades anymore. However, if you happen to loot some interesting things, you can private message me. Blueprints, equipment, skill books, I accept all of these. This sentence from Cao Xing caused hope to rise again in the hearts of those survivors who hadn't managed to grab any. So great Lord Cao Xing still has bear meat, that's great. You want skill books and blueprints, right? I'm going to explore the snowfield right now. This time, I must trade for bear meat charge. Just then, Cao Xing added a reminder. Everyone, it's about to get dark, so don't rush out to explore. Wait until you survive tonight and go out tomorrow. After this reminder, the survivors also realized this point. That's right, the temperature will drop when it gets dark, so we can't be active outside. That's fine, then we'll go out tomorrow. The survivors were full of enthusiasm. Because of Cao Xing's bear meat, Their enthusiasm for exploration was mobilized, which was a good sign, because this meant that more survivors would collect supplies in the wild. And at the current stage, except for Cao Xing, no one had the strength to deal with level 15 elite monsters, so his bear meat was still unique. After closing the chat channel, Cao Xing looked at his harvest with satisfaction. This time, he again harvested 15,000 wood, 7,800 stone, 570 iron, 62 primary elemental crystals, plus 30 mithril. Cao Xing took a look at his territory's resource reserves. Food: bread 45, snake meat 10, wolf meat 106, bear meat 500. Wood 20,764, stone 11,135, iron asterisk 1022, coal asterisk 137. Besides these, in his backpack, there were also 113 primary elemental crystals and 50 mithril. A green weapon blueprint, plus a green plate armor top and 2 skill books. What a terrifying amount. When I played on the tablet before, it would take about 20 days to collect this many resources. And Cao Xing was now equivalent to leading other survivors by nearly 20 days of progress. With the resources in my hands, I can even directly build a level 3 Lord's cabin, and then I can unlock more buildings. However, a level 3 Lord's cabin requires a level 15 large furnace, which is still a long way off. Besides, it's getting dark now, so I'd better go back to the Lord's cabin and hide. Cao Xing returned to the Lord's cabin. Seeing him come in, Liu Muxu had a shy look on her face and embarrassedly lowered her head. At this moment, Liu Muxu seemed to remember something and said softly, "Xing, I have had contact with that Fang Long. He is a very sinister villain and his methods are ruthless. You must be careful." Chapter 22, Cold Wind Like a Knife, Night Like Fire. Clearly, Liu Muxu had also seen what was happening in the chat channel. Cao Xing was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded and said, "All right, sister-in-law, I understand." In reality, Cao Xing did not take Fang Long's threat to heart. Based on Cao Xing's understanding of these gangs, their method of dealing with him would be nothing more than finding the camp and then launching an attack. With current survivors only being level 1 or 2, they struggle even to leave their camps, let alone travel dozens or even hundreds of kilometers to cause trouble for Cao Xing. Moreover, even if they actually dared to come. At that time, Ilnaplus, a frost wolf knight, would be able to carry out a unilateral slaughter against them. Cao Xing wouldn't even need to summon the Icefield druids. Furthermore, he would soon build a primary elemental arrow tower, which was the real weapon of mass destruction. By then, let alone one Fang Long, even if the entire 3 Heroes Association attacked together, they would just be serving themselves up on a platter. This was also the source of Cao Xing's confidence. Seeing that Liu Muxu was still somewhat worried, Cao Xing comforted her. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, there is no need to worry about the camp's safety." Liu Muxu nodded slightly. She gazed at Cao Xing, and in him, Liu Muxu seemed to see an aura of confidence. A moment later, Liu Muxu's pretty face flushed red. She whispered, "Xing, it's already dark, it's time to rest." "All right." Cao Xing nodded and returned to his small wooden bed. Night fell. The fireplace in the room crackled, continuously emitting heat. However, the cold wind outside continued to howl. Even wrapped in wolf skin, one could still feel waves of cold attacking the body. "Hiss, why is it so cold tonight?" Cao Xing crawled out from the wolf's skin and looked at the temperature overhead. Current temperature minus 28 degrees C. Good heavens, the indoor temperature was almost dropping to negative 30 degrees. No wonder it was so cold. Cao Xing saw that on the small wooden bed where Liu Muxu was, her body was trembling slightly. "Sister-in-law, can you still hold on?" Cao Xing asked. Liu Muxu gritted her teeth and replied with chattering teeth, It's okay." Seeing this, Cao Xing knew she was just putting on a brave face. Therefore, he took a large bear skin from his backpack and covered Liu Muxu with it. A layer of wolf skin plus a layer of bear skin was enough to resist the low temperature of the night. Feeling the weight on her body, a look of gratitude appeared in Liu Muxu's eyes. Thank you, Xing. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "It's nothing." He returned to his own small wooden bed, wrapped himself in the wolf skin, and prepared to sleep. Just then, Liu Muxu whispered from behind, Xing, you gave the bear skin to me, but what about you?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "My constitution is stronger than yours. In a while, I'll move the bed closer to the fireplace, and it'll be fine." Hearing this, Liu Muxu suddenly said, Xing, would you like to share this bear skin with me?" Cao Xing turned around in confusion, only to see Liu Muxu covering half her face, seemingly finding it hard to speak. A moment later, as if gathering courage, she said, "This bear skin is too big. It's a waste if I use it alone. If 2 people use it together, it will be warmer in the bed." After saying this, Liu Muxu buried her head directly into the quilt, so embarrassed she couldn't face anyone. After pondering for a moment, Cao Xing said, "That's fine. I'll move the small wooden bed over and combine the 2 beds together." Soon, the 2 small wooden beds were combined into one large bed. The thick bear skin was spread on top, no different from a large quilt. Cao Xing, wrapped in his own wolf skin, also crawled in. Feeling the movement inside the quilt, Liu Muxu's body trembled slightly. She kept her back to Cao Xing, looking extremely embarrassed. Cao Xing didn't think too much about it. He just felt that after crawling into the quilt, it was indeed much warmer. The night slowly passed. Cao Xing gradually fell asleep. In the second half of the night, Cao Xing suddenly felt a warm arm reach into his quilt. Cao Xing was startled and woke up from his sleep. He turned around, only to see Liu Muxu with a face flushed with shyness, her head lowered, making her face unclear. "Sister-in-law," Liu Muxu said shyly, Xing, it's so cold. I want you to hold me while I sleep. Is that okay?" At this moment, a flash of lightning seemed to strike Cao Xing's mind. How could he not understand what Liu Muxu meant now? He turned around, directly embraced Liu Muxu, and pinned her beneath him. Zoom. Liu Muxu didn't seem to expect Cao Xing to suddenly make such a bold move, letting out a soft moan. Then she discovered the man's heavy breathing hitting her face. Liu Muxu's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously gripped the corner of the wolf skin tightly. Her heart was pounding, and she could smell the man's heavy, powerful breathing. Beneath his sturdy chest, she could even hear his violent heartbeat. Xing. Liu Muxu's voice was like that of a mosquito, and her exquisite features were flushed with a moving rosy color, making one want to take a bite. Cao Xing reached out his hand, slowly stroking down from her cheek, then all the way down. At this moment, Liu Muxu's body trembled, her muscles tensed all over. However, amidst the nervousness, there was also a small tingling sensation and anticipation. Rustle. The sound of clothes being removed. Liu Muxu bit her lower lip lightly, her beautiful eyes flickering as she stared at the young man's back. Thinking about what was to happen next, she tensed her legs tightly together even more nervously. Cao Xing turned around and looked at the beauty on the bed. Her snow-white skin was tinged with a shy pale pink, and beneath her slender legs, her 10 jade-like toes were tightly curled together. At this moment, she had completely revealed herself before Cao Xing. When Cao Xing's face drew close to Liu Muxu's, she felt her heartbeat skip a beat. "Are you ready?" Cao Xing asked solemnly. Liu Muxu knew what he meant, her face full of shyness, and she gave a soft Cao Xing did not hesitate anymore. The night was enchanting, and in this small hut in the snow, a series of suppressed moans soon sounded. Xing. Xing. Zoom. After a charming gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. 2 hours later, The movement in the room gradually subsided. Liu Muxu, soft and boneless, with a trace of tears in the corners of her eyes and a look of satisfaction, lay in Cao Xing's arms. The two lay there quietly, not knowing what they were thinking. Just then, Liu Muxu suddenly asked, Xing, will you abandon me? Sisterin, Muxu, why would you suddenly say such a thing? Cao Xing asked in confusion. Liu Muxu snuggled into his arms and shook her head gently. Xing, I saw in the chat channel that many people have died these past 2 days. Many families have been broken because of this. Children have lost their parents and loved ones. I am very fortunate to have met you when I arrived in this world. You are also the first person I have met who has been so good to me. So, I'm afraid that one day you will suddenly abandon me. Listening to Liu Muxu's genuine outpouring of feelings, Cao Xing gently patted her soft back. What are you thinking? We are going to cooperate long-term and continue living in this world together. Muxu, you are very important to me. After hearing this, Liu Muxu's eyes became a little moist for a moment. Memu. She nodded solemnly. A few seconds later, looking at the man before her, Liu Muxu's eyes gradually became blurred. At this moment, Cao Xing kissed her directly. A few minutes later, Liu Muxu panted lightly. Xing, I can't catch my breath. Xing. Xing. The voices gradually faded, turning into soft whispers amidst their intimacy. Chapter 23. Refugees from Ice Peak City and the Ice Ghosts. The next day, Cao Xing woke from his sleep. At this moment, he discovered that the bedside was already empty, and a familiar fragrance still lingered on the pillow. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure crouching in front of the stove, preparing today's breakfast. This scene made Cao Xing feel a sense of unreality. Having arrived in this world for 2 days, everything had overturned his imagination. Liu Muxu seemed to notice that Cao Xing had woken up, and she wore a shy expression. Xing, you're awake. Wait a little longer, breakfast will be ready soon. Having just experienced the joys of intimacy, Liu Muxu's face carried a charming flush and a hint of shyness. She seemed to have settled into her role very quickly. Then, Liu Muxu brought a bowl of fragrant meat soup to Cao Xing. Cao Xing took a sip and praised, It tastes great, Muxu. Really? Hee. Liu Muxu giggled, Then you should drink more. Cao Xing nodded. Watching Cao Xing finish it all in front of her, a satisfied smile appeared on Liu Muxu's face. After a moment, she suddenly became sentimental again. Xing, the temperature drop last night seems to have frozen many people to death again. Cao Xing pondered for a moment and opened the regional channel. 174, regional channel. Online count, 37,104/40,173. Compared to yesterday, over 1,000 more people had died. Although the death rate was much lower, if people continued to die at this rate, it wouldn't be long before there weren't many humans left. Liu Muxu asked with some worry, Xing, do you think we will survive? Hearing this, Cao Xing nodded solemnly. We will survive together. Not only will we survive, but we will also live well in this world. Upon hearing this, Liu Muxu also nodded. Mem. After finishing breakfast, Cao Xing stood up, full of energy. Compared to yesterday, Cao Xing had one more goal. That was to survive in this world with Liu Muxu. He pushed open the door of the Lord's cabin. 8 Arctic people in Ilna were already waiting at the door. As for Assam, he had gotten up early in the morning to carry out the task Cao Xing had issued, exploring the surrounding environment. Seeing Cao Xing come out, the group of Arctic people said in unison, Greetings, Lord. Good morning, Second Lord. Liu Muxu stood gracefully beside Cao Xing, waiting for him to issue orders. Cao Xing nodded and said, Today, your task is mainly to construct territory buildings. De Zhuang and Zhuang, focus all your efforts on upgrading the campfire. San Zhuang and Si Zhuang, hurry up and build the sewing workshop. Wu Zhuang to Ba Zhuang. Your task is to build the blacksmith shop and build more small shelters. Do you all understand? The 8 Arctic people immediately straightened their bodies and nodded. Understood, Lord. Then, following Cao Xing's instructions, they started hammering away with a clang, clang sound. At this moment, Cao Xing faced a problem. That was that there weren't enough hands in the territory. There were many buildings he wanted to construct, such as the blacksmith shop, primary elemental arrow tower, sewing workshop, and so on. But there were only 8 Arctic people, and they couldn't keep up at all. Cao Xing sighed. I have so many resources in my hands right now. It would be a pity if I couldn't convert them into combat power. I'll think of a way later to see if I can recruit some civilians. Cao Xing shook his head and continued to examine the 2 skill books and equipment he had newly acquired yesterday. Ice cone technique consumes a certain amount of spirit to condense 1-3 ice cones, dealing magic damage equal to spirit 0.8 to enemies, with a 30% chance to cause a 1-second freeze effect. Cooldown is 30 seconds. Aurora Blessing condenses the power of the aurora, attaching it to a weapon. During melee attacks, it deals additional light attribute damage equal to spirit 0.8 to enemies. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. Cooldown is 120 seconds. These 2 skills, one is Cao Xing's attack skill, and one is Liu Muxu's blessing skill. The effects are both very good. Especially the Aurora Blessing skill. Once Liu Muxu's attributes improve, it will greatly increase the output of the territory's troops. He continued to check. Black iron plate armor, green. Quality, fine. Armor, 13-15. Additional effect 1, Constitution +5. Attached effect 2, primary shock absorption. When attacking, reduces the knockback effect caused by the opponent's 20 points of strength. Not bad, the attributes of this plate armor are also very strong. It's perfect for Muxu. As an Aurora Knight, tanking monsters is naturally the most important thing. With that primary shock absorption effect, Liu Muxu can deal with stronger monsters without being knocked back. Then there was the last blueprint. Soldier's Standard Longsword Blueprint, green. After learning, you can craft weapons in the blacksmith shop by consuming materials. Crafting requirements: blacksmith shop level 1, iron *20, wood 2. Cao Xing pondered. With the blueprint, I can mass-produce weapons and create an armed legion of my own. However, a legion requires a large number of troops, and I also need to build barracks and train them using training scrolls. But I only have 8 Arctic people on hand, and I need them to work right now, so I definitely can't train them into combat units. So I'll put this matter aside for now. After checking all these, Cao Xing felt a bit bored. By noon, Cao Xing noticed a figure appearing in the distant snow, rushing towards his campsite. It was Assam riding a frost wolf. And what made Cao Xing feel strange was that behind him, there were 3 thin humans following, who seemed to be women. Cao Xing walked over immediately. Assam, who are these people? Assam jumped off the frost wolf's back and said respectfully, Lord, these people are all refugees who fled from Ice Peak City. Ice Peak City. Assam nodded. Yes, Lord, that is a town thousands of kilometers away from us, but it has been conquered by the army of ice ghosts. These people managed to escape from Ice Peak City with great difficulty, but they encountered snowfield hunters on the way. After I rescued them, they are now homeless. Cao Xing was thoughtful, so they were natives of this world. Yes, besides the blue star humans, there were many indigenous races in this world. Besides the Arctic people who lived underground all year round, there were humans living on the surface, the Usura race who believed in machinery and gunpowder, the Icefield giant clan who revered war and strength, and so on. Assam seemed to have developed a sense of compassion. He suggested, Lord, our territory needs more manpower. These 3 refugees can help us build the territory better. Beside them, the three human women had looks of anticipation in their eyes. They seemed to know that Cao Xing was the one in charge of this territory. So the three refugees knelt down and said respectfully, "Lord, please take us in. We are homeless." Forget to like, subscribe, and enjoy today's chapter. We are willing to offer you everything. Cao Xing was stunned, his expression a bit strange. Even Liu Muxu, who was beside him, looked at Cao Xing with anticipation, seemingly very much wanting Cao Xing to take in these three refugees. Assam was right. He did indeed need more manpower now. So Cao Xing asked, "Can you cook?" The three refugees looked at each other and then nodded quickly. "Yes, we can." Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, from now on, the task of cooking will be handed over to you. In your spare time, you also need to help the other Arctic people collect resources and build the territory. Do you have any problems with that?" "No, respected Lord." Cao Xing, "Very good, then welcome to the team." Cao Xing initiated a recruitment request to them. "Recruitment successful. Jasmine, Tulip, Sapphire have joined your territory. Territory population +3. Chapter 24, Recruiting an Icefield Druid." Seeing their names, Cao Xing's mouth twitched again. They were all flower names, which did sound quite nice. But Cao Xing felt these names were too elegant and didn't suit his style. So he pointed directly at one of the women and said, "From today on, you are called Dahua. And she will be called Erhua, and she Sanhua." The three human women knelt down again and said respectfully, "Thank you for bestowing our names, merciful Lord. You have successfully named your subordinate, Dahua. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty is 75. You have successfully named your subordinate, Erhua. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty is 73. Cao Xing took a look at their attributes. Subordinate, Dahua level, 1 attributes. Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 3, Constitution 3, Talent. None, Loyalty, 75, Hunger, 41. Subordinate, Erhua level, 1 attributes. Strength 3, Agility 3, Spirit 2, Constitution 2, Talent. None, Loyalty, 73, Hunger, 37. The loyalty of these three was quite high, but their hunger levels were a bit low. It was clear that they hadn't eaten in a long time. So Cao Xing said, "You all go start a fire and cook first. Get yourselves something to eat. We haven't built a cafeteria yet, so the stove is inside the Lord's cabin." Upon hearing this, the three nodded respectfully. "Yes, Lord." After they left, Cao Xing continued to think by the campfire. For these newly recruited people, he needed to build a small shelter for them to rest at night. Then, he also needed to build a dedicated cafeteria for the subordinates to eat. However, whether crafting or upgrading buildings, it all required a lot of time. Cao Xing looked at the 8 busy Arctic people and sighed. Manpower is still not enough. If we had more manpower, we could divide the work and significantly speed up the territory's development efficiency. Is there any way for me to recruit more manpower? Cao Xing couldn't help but recall his experience playing games on his tablet. In those games, the characters would also face the problem of insufficient manpower. However, in the game, there were several ways to solve it. First, when your territory reaches a certain level and gains a certain amount of prestige in the surrounding area, some tribal residents or refugees living nearby will take the initiative to join you. Second, send out your troops, like Assam, to roam outside. There is a probability of bringing back some manpower from the wild. Third, go to the taverns in the cities or towns of this world and recruit NPCs with special abilities by paying a certain fee. Fourth, directly launch a war, conquer nearby tribal residents, and force them to submit. In short, there are many methods, and they are not limited to the ones mentioned above. But obviously, these methods were currently not applicable to Cao Xing. Just then, the 3 newly joined subordinates, after having eaten their fill, brought Cao Xing some news. Upon hearing this news, Cao Xing's spirits immediately lifted. He looked at Dahua and asked, You mean you escaped from a group of hunters' camp? Are there still many humans being held captive in that camp? Dahyo nodded. Yes, Lord. That group of hunters is extremely cruel, completely inhumane. Many of our companions have already fallen victim to them. If possible, I hope the Lord can lend a hand and save them. Saying this, Dahyo knelt on the ground, her tone full of pleading. Cao Xing was in desperate need of manpower right now. Upon hearing this intelligence, Cao Xing almost subconsciously wanted to act. But he quickly suppressed his excitement and helped Dahyo up. Do you know how many hunters there are in that group and what their strength is? Dahyo had lived in the snow and ice for years. Her cold, white, Western-featured face seemed to be deep in thought. Then she said respectfully, Lord, that group of hunters numbers about 20 to 30 people. The aura of most of the hunters inside feels about the same as yours, Lord. Cao Xing pondered for a moment and then nodded. He was currently a level 3 frost mage, which meant those hunters were around level 3 to 5. Dahyo finished speaking and added, besides those ordinary hunters, they also have 2 squad leaders who are slightly stronger than this snake person lady. Besides that, there is also the strongest captain, whose aura is similar to Mr. Assam's Frost Wolf. It was clear that Dahyo was very intelligent and had strong communication skills. Through her description, Cao Xing now knew the strength of that group of hunters. 1 level 10 hunter, 2 hunters above level 5, plus over 20 hunters below level 5. If he had only relied on his previous strength, he might not have been able to deal with them. However, now that Assam had advanced into a Tier 2 creature, and with the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll in his hand, dealing with these hunters would be no problem at all. Moreover, it was said that those hunters hid some treasures. Obviously, Cao Xing was already tempted. Assam also saw what Cao Xing was thinking. Lord, the location Dahyo mentioned is about 7 kilometers away from our camp. At our speed, we should be able to arrive in about an hour and a half. Cao Xing nodded. Traveling in the snow was slow, so an hour and a half was within an acceptable range. At the very least, they could definitely make it back before dark. Liu Muxu was standing to the side and said softly, Xing, I will go with you. Cao Xing nodded. Okay. After speaking, Cao Xing gave her the black iron plate armor green and the Aurora Blessing skill book. Looking at the equipment and skill book in her hand, Liu Muxu looked at Cao Xing gratefully again. She certainly knew the importance of this equipment and skill book at the current stage. Liu Muxu didn't say much, but silently clicked to learn the skill book and then put on the armor. Cao Xing saw that Liu Muxu was now wearing black armor on her upper body, while her lower body was bare, showing off her long legs with a thick wolf fur coat draped over it. This outfit had a rather provocative style. Cao Xing himself clicked to learn the ice cone technique, and then took out the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll to recruit a druid with level 15 elite strength? Icefield Druid occupies 3 population. Cao Xing clicked yes. At the same time, a 6-pointed star array with a diameter of 5 meters, even larger than the previous one, appeared in front of Cao Xing. Bursts of intense light erupted from the 6-pointed star array. Then, a powerful and ancient aura emerged. Through the light curtain, Cao Xing could see a humanoid creature that was 2.5 meters tall with a robust build. It stood there motionless, exuding a terrifying pressure. After the light curtain dissipated, everyone finally saw the creature in full. It was covered in snow-white fur, with sharp bear claws and thick limbs, yet it possessed a humanoid form. His fur-covered face revealed a look of piety. Then he pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed slightly. The power of nature will guide me forward. Guardian Andrew, reporting for duty. Chapter 25, Level Leaderboard activated. At this moment, the tall ice plains druid bowed slightly to Cao Xing. In front of Cao Xing, the other party's attributes also appeared. Ice Plains Druid, Andrew. Race, Druid. Level 151073500000. Tier 2 Elite Creature. HP, 3990. Attack, 344-351. Attributes: Strength 172, Agility 163, Spirit 165, Constitution 195. Skills: Rending Claw swings claws, dealing 130% attack damage to the enemy. Feral Mark reduces the target's armor by 50 points upon a successful hit and marks the target's location. Giant Bear Form transforms into an Ice Plains giant bear, increasing all attributes by 30%, and additionally gaining Feral Roar and Fierce Assault skills. Giant Bear Form lasts 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Talent: Natural Affinity. When in nature, health recovery speed increases by 20%. Hunger, 65. Loyalty, 63. Hiss. Such strong attributes. Cao Xing exclaimed in wonder. This druid was truly worthy of being a level 15 elite creature. His attributes were terrifyingly powerful. And even more terrifying was the giant bear form skill behind it. The druid in this state was the most terrifying. Without a doubt, Andrew was the most powerful creature he had summoned. Even the advanced Assam could not be his opponent. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. However, this druid seemed to have seen through Cao Xing's strength as well. In his perception, Cao Xing was far too weak. He could be killed with a single slap. Such a lord could not make him pledge his full loyalty. And Cao Xing, naturally, also saw the coldness in Andrew's eyes, as well as his loyalty of only 63. It was clear that this druid was not too submissive to him. However, Cao Xing did not mind, instead wearing an intrigued smile. He suddenly said, "Andrew, as my subject, you will enjoy divine blessings. So now, I will bestow power upon you." Under the druid's puzzled gaze, Cao Xing gave a wink to Alna on the side. Alna understood and cast Scale Armor and Snake Man Frenzy on Andrew. At this moment, a flash of surprise crossed Andrew's calm eyes. He felt a surge of restless energy within his body, making him more agile and powerful. This improvement was almost comparable to his own use of the giant bear form skill. And the most terrifying part was that this was a permanent improvement. "Lord, what is this blessing effect? It is so powerful," Andrew said in shock. Cao Xing looked him straight in the eye and said solemnly, "This is a reward for your loyalty. Only my subjects can enjoy this blessing effect." The shock in Andrew's eyes intensified. Before he could speak, Cao Xing continued, "Andrew, the blessing is not over yet. Now let me continue to apply blessing effects to you." After speaking, Cao Xing continued to cast Ice Healing Art and Ice Armor Technique. Green numbers of +12 popped up above Andrew's head. At this moment, Andrew's gaze had completely shifted from surprise to shock. "Lord, your power is the greatest I have ever seen in my life. It is so mysterious and vast. Andrew thanks you from the bottom of my heart for your blessing." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Cao Xing. A system prompt appeared. "You helped your subject, Andrew, improve his strength. Loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 74. It increased by a full 11 points of loyalty at once." Cao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. "Little guy, still trying to act arrogant with me. Watch how I take you down." This move could be said to have completely subdued Andrew. The look he gave Cao Xing was filled with awe. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly remembered that the Aurora Blessing that Liu Muxu had just learned was also a buff skill. Cao Xing said, "Muxu, try casting Aurora Blessing on Andrew." Liu Muxu obediently complied. Although Andrew had no weapons. When that cluster of colorful aurora fell into Andrew's body, he raised his claws in surprise and saw that they were also covered by a layer of aurora. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed as he had expected. Now that the druid had been summoned and the buffs had been added, Everything was almost ready. Just as he was about to set off, a system announcement appeared. System announcement. All survivors, please note that you have passed the second day of the Ice Age and have adapted to the rhythm of this world. The level leaderboard has been activated. Level leaderboard. The first 100 survivors in each region to reach level 10 will receive leaderboard rewards. Meanwhile, all the survivors across the entire Blue Star who had transmigrated to this world heard the system prompt. Holy crap, the level leaderboard is open. Only 100 people in each district can get rewards. The competitive pressure is a bit high. What are the leaderboard rewards? A second system prompt appeared. Level leaderboard rewards have been updated. Rank 100-51. Reward white bread 20. Medical kit *2. Small resource pack 1. Rank 50-21. Reward beast meat 10. Medical kit *4. Small resource pack *2. White weapon 1. Rank 20-11. Reward beast meat 20. Medical kit *5. Small resource pack *3. Black iron treasure chest 1. Rank 10-4. Reward beast meat *40. Medical kit *10. Medium resource pack *1. Optional green weapon *1. Primary heart of strength *1. Rank 3. Reward beast meat 50. Medical kit *10. Medium resource pack *2. Random tier 2 creature recruitment ticket 1. Optional green weapon *1. Primary heart of strength *1. Rank 2. Reward beast meat *100. Medical kit *10. Medium resource pack *3. Random tier 2 creature recruitment ticket 1. Optional blue weapon *1. Primary heart of strength *1. Seeing these rewards, all survivors around the world were stunned for a moment. Then there was an intense sensation. Huang Huihong. Holy crap! So many rewards and even food and medical kits. This is too cool. As long as you get into the top 100, you won't have to worry about resources in the short term. Li Yonki. The top 10 can actually choose their own weapon rewards, and it's a green weapon. Jin Yue. Brothers, you're focusing on the wrong thing. The most valuable thing is that primary heart of strength at the end. This thing allows survivors who reach level 10 to complete their advancement. Hu Wenwen. That tier 2 creature recruitment ticket is also terrifying, okay? You can summon such a powerful creature directly. These leaderboard rewards are too fierce. Even Cao Xing couldn't help but feel surprised by the rewards for the top 3. You know, even he didn't have a blue piece of equipment in his hands. However, when he saw the reward for first place, his breathing became a little rapid. Rank 1. Reward beast meat 200. Medical kit *10. Medium resource pack *10. Silver treasure chest 1. Tier 2 leader creature recruitment ticket 1. Primary heart of strength *1. That's it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, like, comment, and subscribe to AI Otaku Studio for more stories. Check out my other channel, Infinite Novel Audio, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Headphone book sparkles.